Good afternoon. Thanks so much for joining us on RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez, looking live there, of course, at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. That will be the site today of another world leader visiting President Trump. This time, the United Kingdom Prime Minister Keir Starmer will be there. At about 12:15, we're going to see the two leaders meet, and then they'll go to the Oval Office, as is customary tradition. As the two leaders sit down, they discuss some things, and then the press usually asks some questions. And then at 2 o'clock today, 2 Eastern, in the East Room of the White House, we'll have a press conference there that we'll have live right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. So that's what's up next here at the network. Also, a number of live interviews that we have slated from now until then. And also Robert McNeely will be joining us here in about an hour or so as well, as we continue this live coverage today on this Thursday, February 27th. Before we get to any more commentary or some of the programming notes, I do want to let you know about a few sponsors that are bringing us this live broadcast. Number one is Colonial Metals Group. So freegoldguide.com/RSBN when it comes to this urgent retirement warning. I mean, you see the guy there, Mr. Warren Buffett, dropping $133 billion in stocks. And then the BRICS nations, trying to use their currency instead of our currency. So what we're looking to do here is to have gold and silver as a backup plan. For any of you that have maybe a little bit of retirement or savings, if you'd like to shift that over to gold and silver, you can do that through Colonial Metals Group. All you have to do to get the ball rolling is just go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN. So freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Speaking of free, freetrumpbook.com. Mike Huckabee, of course, the U.S. ambassador to Israel. You can see that website right there on your screen, freetrumpbook.com. A great set of books, a lot of topics there that you can get. So go ahead to that website, check them all out, and you can get them at freetrumpbook.com. So a great book there that you can go to right here live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're about 10 minutes from the top of the hour. Here are some stories that we're following before we get to our next live opportunity, which will be with RSBN's Christina Loren live from Nashville. We're hearing that the AG Pam Bondi says the initial batch of Epstein list information will be released today, so we'll monitor that. Other news we're following also, the DHS Secretary Kristi Noem announced that in a single month under President Trump, ICE arrests have increased by 627%. Quite a staggering statistic, 627% increase of arrests here in this country when it comes to the immigration, customs, and enforcement officers out there carrying out deportation operations throughout the nation. But outside of the illegal alien situation, we're hearing from President Trump this morning that still the fentanyl problem is not gone away in its entirety yet. So there's a lot to be taken care of there with the northern border and the southern border. So we'll be looking at that as it happens as well. Just released just moments ago in our Doge update, U.S. taxpayer dollars were going to be spent on the following items, all of which have been canceled. Check this out. These are just from Doge about 20 to 30 minutes ago as you look at the White House entrance there to the West Wing live right now. $60 million of all of our money was going toward indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment. It was going to also for inclusive justice in Colombia. $74 million of our money was going to inclusive justice in Colombia. $79 million for primary literacy in Kenya. $37 million for female empowerment in Colombia. Let's just stop there for a second. We'll get back to that as we're seeing a number of people enter and exit the White House right now. Various meetings and staff there exiting the building. What we will see soon will be the UK Prime Minister, of course, Keir Starmer, arriving there. I'm not sure what they are holding up, so they're going to zoom in on that, and let's see what it says. Okay, so there's DC Drano right there on the screen, holding up various. I mean, it'd be great if you could walk a little closer. Did you guys catch what that said, producers? I, from this distance, couldn't see the exact words, but if you did, please let me know. Okay. Well, anyway, we saw Rogan O'Hanley there, DC Drano, just walking out of the White House and showing the cameras something. I think what we'd have to do is maybe pause it, screenshot, zoom in, and see what the words said on those folders there. But still, some great patriots exiting the building right now. But we will soon see, and there's a MAGA hat, always good to see a MAGA hat on. We'll see the UK Prime Minister here shortly. But let's get back to that Doge update right now. When it looks like the amount of millions of dollars of our money being spent all across the world, $8 million to reduce stigma, discrimination, and violence against LGBTQI plus communities in Lesotho, $3.3 million for being LGBTQI in the Caribbean, and $25,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia. Okay, so that is from Doge. They just posted that on their account, that the U.S. taxpayer dollars were going to be spent on the following items, all of which have been canceled. So if you're just joining us, I'll read a couple of them once again. $74 million to inclusive justice in Colombia, $37 million for female empowerment in Colombia. And the list goes on. So we can see Doge uncovering the corruption and our money being spent on radical ideology in other countries. So that's being put to a stop there. So we're seeing that happen, which is great. Also coming up, we will talk about the various confirmation Senate appointments here. We're looking at the votes for the final Senate votes for Elise Stefanik, Linda McMahon, and Lori Chavez-DeRemer, for the Secretary of Education for Linda, the Secretary of Labor for Lori, and then the U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Elise Stefanik out of New York. So right after this sponsor, we may be joined by Christina Loren, our RSBN host, who you saw at CPAC, of course. And then as we see the live picture there, as we see the SUVs pull up, we'll go there live and see if there's any words shared from the UK Prime Minister or President Trump. Sometimes the President greets the leader there. Sometimes they just see them inside the Oval Office. So we'll get to that in just a minute as we're approaching the top of the hour here. Angel Paste is one of our great sponsors at Right Side Broadcasting Network out of Spring, Texas, hiring military veterans. All you have to do is go to angelpaste.com, use the RSBN promo code. You'll get a great discount off of that wonderful product right there. Angelpaste, again, .com, a miracle cream that when you go on the website, you're going to see some great reviews and other products on there as well. So go to angelpaste.com. All right, so it's Thursday, February 27th. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Robert McNeely will be here soon. We'll do coverage here for this visit from the UK Prime Minister. We do know that there's a press conference that is slated for 2 o'clock at the East Room of the White House. So looking forward to that. And also, possibly if Christina's not available, it looks like Bruce Levell could join us at any minute now. So let's see if he can come on the show at this point as we want to do some more interviews here at the network. So, Director, it looks like Bruce will be popping up on the screen at any minute. And then once Christina does, we can also go to her after Bruce as well. All right, so looking forward to that interview here live at the top of the show, top of the broadcast. Again, at 12 o'clock Eastern, Bruce Levell will join us live. Again, so what we're looking at is the fact that this is, I believe, now the 7th world leader, if my memory serves me correctly, that will be stopping there at the White House as the camera pool zooms in to get a nice focus on. That's sometimes how the camera actually focuses. You got to zoom in to something, focus it on that, and then you pull back and get the better vantage point. So, so a lot of foreign leaders, of course, visiting President Trump, and tomorrow, Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine will be at the White House. So we also heard that President Trump said that he will be meeting with Vladimir Putin. We don't know where that's going to be or when that's going to be, but he said that it's going to happen. So hopefully through those negotiations and talks, there's a peace deal that's done between those two countries. So the killing can stop. Also, peace can continue through parts of Europe there and then even into the Russia-Ukraine situation. And that every time that we talk about that, of course, we talk about Israel and Hamas and more peace deals there as well. As you know, President Trump, signing the Abraham Accords, there was 4 member states, 4 nations, Arab states that agreed to peace, and that would possibly increase as President Trump continues to work with the Israeli government in the sense of just negotiations and discussions with the Prime Minister there. But meantime, the UK Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, to hold a press conference with President Trump at about 2 o'clock. So that will be live right here on the network. We do know at the end of the day, being diplomatic, of course, we have a friend and an ally in the UK, especially the people of the United Kingdom. But I did, I've read various, information from a lot of viewers about Keir Starmer and their opinions on him. So I'll let the president, of course, we'll see how the president interacts with Keir Starmer here in just a minute. It looks like we do have RSBN's Christina Loren joining us live. And Bruce, if you're on the line, we'll come to you right in a second. Christina, hello, how are you? Awesome. Director, do we have Christina up on the screen yet? Okay, so they are working on that right now, so we'll pause and wait. And Christina, if you could just hold, they're putting you up on the screen here in just a second as we're waiting for the United Kingdom Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, to appear at the White House. And there is Christina right now. So Christina, thank you again for joining us on Right Side.
Hey, always a pleasure, Matthew. You do such a great job, and I only get to talk to you through a screen, but you are such a wonderful man of God, and I hope that the people who are watching right now, I know that they value you, but you are so much more than what we get to see just on this flat screen. You're an amazing man.
Thank you, Christina, and you're an amazing woman. And I think everybody at the network, as we continue to move forward as a team here, it's just that one goal in mind is to really bring that free speech, that freedom of the press, all based in the Constitution and common sense reporting, and just working together as a unit as we continue to expand here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. And Christina, your coverage at CPAC was awesome. It was great. Can you give us some highlights of what that was like for you there at CPAC?
Being at CPAC this year, there was obviously that undercurrent of joy and celebration, and just knowing that President Trump has delivered on everything that he promised he would, because we were surrounded by so many people who really stuck their neck out in order to help him get elected. And you want the person that you're throwing your support behind to be honest. And obviously we have no control over what other people do. But President Donald J. Trump, he hasn't let anybody down. He continues to fight for what's right. And I just feel like everybody wants to be a part of what he's doing. And at CPAC, there was just such a beautiful feeling of camaraderie.
Yeah, no, it was great coverage there. And then the president's speech was just another grand slam home run to really sum up the first month in office. And Christina, your thoughts on those first 30 days, the 70 plus executive orders, and just the overall feeling you have and the people that you speak with there in Nashville and around the country. Just what's your take on all that?
Well, the first thing that he always said that the border was probably the most pressing issue that he wanted to address. And as of today, we know that 20,000 undocumented migrants are on their way home. DHS just reported that number. So he's making good on that promise. We know that with Tom Homan in the position he's in as border czar, he's stated recently as well that 600,000 criminal illegal aliens are still in this country. And he's not going to feel good until the situation is resolved and each and every one of them are headed back to their own country. And so this is something that's just starting to unfold. Personally, the media has been rough on President Trump. We didn't expect anything less. But when it comes to illegal immigration, it seems like that's one area where he's not taking quite as much heat as we thought he would. And it's because he's moving at this rapid pace. And, he's delivering as of tomorrow. We know that President Vladimir Zelensky is expected to be in town. He is, in fact, scheduled to be in town as the two leaders are solidifying an agreement. It's a bit of a surprise, this agreement, but it's one that President Trump also delivered on when he promised us that he was going to end the war in Ukraine. And now he's using his unparalleled business negotiation skills in order to get us the best deal possible. Now, this should have happened 3 years ago, but the bumbling Biden administration funneled our hard-earned money without any guardrails into Ukraine, giving them billions of dollars of free money. Now, European nations were smart. They were smarter than us. Their federal aid was backed by security, so it was more of a loan. We were just pumping out money. So I'm really excited to see President Donald J. Trump talking with Zelensky tomorrow over the joint development of Ukraine's natural resources, like the highly sought after critical minerals that are found in Ukraine. And what's interesting is President Trump is proposing a significant U.S. investment in Ukraine. And if it's agreed upon, the Ukrainian people are going to know that with that American investment, they're more secure. They're going to have more of a stable life, knowing that America is going to want to protect that investment. When you talk about these critical minerals, we're talking about lithium, uranium, and graphite. These play a huge role in advanced technologies and our military equipment. Also, semiconductors, the critical minerals that will fuel the tech sector of tomorrow and strengthen our military are in Ukraine. And President Donald Trump is on his way to have this meeting with Vladimir Zelensky, which is very different than what we were expecting. It looked more like he was negotiating with Russia. Now, Russia has stepped in and said, hey, Vladimir Putin said, hey, we'll give you some access to the rare metal reserves in Russia's occupied areas of Ukraine and in Russia as well. So President Trump has now put us in a position where he can make a deal with both sides. No matter what, we're likely to claim a piece of the critical minerals that our country needs to remain dominant in technology and defense. And what's reassuring is that we can trust that President Trump is going to look out for the American people, and he's going to get us the best deal, whichever side he decides to negotiate with. He's going to get us the best deal for Americans' financial future and America's secure future, a global secure future. So I'm so excited to see this kind of turn of events. When he was asked about what Ukraine would receive in the deal, President Trump said $350 billion, military equipment, and the right to fight on. So we'll see what happens tomorrow, but this could be the biggest deal that he has struck so far on behalf of the American people.
Yeah, exactly. And he was referring to that at his first cabinet meeting of his second administration yesterday. So we will wait and see in about 24 hours from now when the Ukrainian leader is at the White House. Meantime, today, of course, Keir Starmer of the UK visiting President Trump as well. Let's shift gears and talk about this latest Doge update. I want to get your live reaction to this, as I just got this information that U.S. taxpayer dollars were going to be spent on the following items, but have since been canceled because of Doge's great work. So let's talk about a few of them. Let's go with $74 million for inclusive justice in Colombia. Or how about $37 million for female empowerment in Colombia? Other countries here as well. So what are your thoughts about just finding out that millions of our dollars are going out there and being spent like that?
You know, here to think that we've seen the worst of the worst when it comes to the list that's been uncovered, and we just keep on getting more and more of this DI, completely partisan money that was wasted. It's infuriating to know that $31 billion in total efficiencies were discovered so far. Just before we started this interaction, I checked on the Doge website, 31 billion so far. Elon Musk is determined to boost that number up to $1 trillion. And President Trump recently, as you know, yesterday, he signed an executive order to limit employee travel and freeze most agency credit cards. He's acting like a corporate boss, just like somebody in the private sector, a corporate boss who's taken a look at a massive check, a credit card bill that he received, and saying, hey, who's wasting all this money? Every single dollar now is not only going to have to be accounted for, it's going to have to be justified under President Donald J. Trump. And that's how corporations run. Why isn't the federal government running the same way?
Exactly. So let's talk about that. The transparency that we're seeing at every level of government is great because it's been hidden in the past. And also that little bit, I was going to say sliver of corruption, or that percentage of corruption in various departments. Just wanted to get your take on the fact that all these cabinet members and leaders are now going in there, exploiting it and getting rid of it. I mean, talk about making America healthy again.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, in order to be healthy, less stress, less worry, less fear, knowing that the American people are going to have more money, more control of their tax dollars is huge. And when you think about what's happening with Doge right now and a lot of these cabinet leaders, I was actually at a Doge appreciation party, and I always like to, put my ear to the ground, talk to as many people as I possibly can. What's interesting is that they're getting a lot of pushback from Republican leaders about what's happening. Now, that surprised me a little bit because that message isn't really being talked about openly. But they're getting pushback from both sides. And that's why I love that President Donald J. Trump brought Elon Musk to the cabinet meeting that opened with prayer yesterday. And he allowed anybody who had any questions to ask Elon Musk, because every department head now is going to have to become an auditor. And they need to know that this is what President Donald J. Trump wants, no matter what members of the House of Representatives say, no matter what the Senate says about what their constituents say. This is coming from the leader. And it's got to work from the top down. And I just think that he's so smart in how he's going about it.
Exactly. And let's talk about that. The HUD Secretary Scott Turner with such an on-point prayer yesterday. Even President Trump making that, joke almost after the prayer. He's good, isn't he? It was a powerful prayer. Let's talk about something that you're not going to hear a lot on the mainstream media at all. The fact that we have a government that is saying, you know what? We know that we're in office because President Trump said this, for less government but stronger government. We know about making America great again, but also a Bible-believing group of people, whether Jewish, whether Christian, and if not any faith, it is what it is. But the point is, a majority of the people are Bible-believing. Your thoughts?
I think that President Trump is single-handedly putting faith back at the forefront of the American life and actually making faith cool again in many different ways. So President Donald J. Trump has shown us that he's grateful to God. He owes his life to God after what happened to him in Butler, Pennsylvania. And he has been so open about his faith. He's a changed man this go around. Not only is he more experienced based on what he was able to think about the last 4 years, he's also a more faithful man. And you know that when somebody is driven by God, when somebody puts God first, when somebody tries to walk in lockstep and please the Lord, that's a person who's going to try to be obedient and do the right thing and make the right decisions, as opposed to the corruption that we've been dealing with, of course, fueled by the partisan media for the last 4 years. Biden goes to church every Sunday. It takes more than that. You have to have a relationship with God. You have to have a respect for God, a reverence for the Lord in order for real change to occur. And President Donald J. Trump has shown us many times now that he's putting God first.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's biblical when it comes to where it says that God is looking for a heart that's completely his. His eyes actually scan the earth, the Bible says, looking for a heart that is completely his. And though we're all working on ourselves, we're works in progress, but at the end of the day, looking to go to the next level and the next level and the next level. And we're seeing through just hard work, determination, and prayer, and staying in the Word, that we can actually get this accomplished in this country to do great things. So it's pretty awesome to even talk about this subject matter right now with you, Christina. So we know that today, of course, the UK Prime Minister in town. You were talking about Zelensky tomorrow. I mean, this is probably, I think, the 7th or 8th world leader at this point. The historic speed that President Trump was talking about and strength, are we not seeing this like light years ahead of any other president?
It's amazing. And it's so sad that the left is working so hard to vilify him when all he's doing is living up to the campaign promises that got him elected to begin with. I can't believe that anybody on the left would stand up and be against President Donald Trump right now, because he's working so hard for our country. And this man is putting in late hours. I watch you putting in late hours covering him. And RSBN is covering every single move the president makes. So remember, if you want to find out what's happening, make sure you subscribe to RSBN, like our RSBN, show support for RSBN, because they're able to bring you this unedited coverage that nobody else is, because of you and your support. So thank you to all the viewers. And thank you to Donald Trump. I know he's probably too busy to be watching. He used to watch us at rallies, which we loved. But I would say to him, if he were in front of me right now, just keep on keeping on and know that so many of us appreciate you and value you. And we're following your example and we trust you, more importantly than anything.
Exactly. And right now, Christina, it is the pedal to the metal for President Trump. And before I let you go, you think about just all of what he has gone through in our country for the past 4 years. Wouldn't you do the same thing to make this country great again and not give a crap what anybody else is trying to say against you, especially if it's a false narrative or a lie? He's gone through so much. You better believe he's going pedal to the metal.
He is, and he serves a much greater good than himself now. I think that because he has really embraced his faith, and he knows that no person lives forever, and the mark that he leaves on this country is important, but it's what he's able to store up in heaven, his riches in heaven, that really matters. And I think that knowing that that's his driving force right now, it just makes me appreciate him so much and trust him all the more. Nobody's perfect. Everybody slips up once in a while. And we can't hold him accountable for being perfect because nobody is. But he sure is trying, and I respect him so much. And you're right. Who cares what they say or do?
Exactly. It will be the legacy of legacies for any commander-in-chief or leader of a country when it comes to on this side of heaven. So, Christina Loren, RSBN host, thank you so much for joining us live. We look forward to talking to you again soon.
Thank you, Matthew. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too. All right, so 12:15 Eastern Time as you're looking live there at the White House. The picture from above of the 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue and a close-up shot there at the West Wing. Let's now bring in Bruce Levell, a senior advisor, but also a great friend of President Trump and also a great businessman in Atlanta who is on point. Welcome back to the show, Bruce.
Yeah, Matt, thanks for having me. God bless.
Definitely. God bless you. Your thoughts, too, about what President Trump's up to. I mean, he is going pedal to the metal, isn't he?
Yeah. Listen, it's interesting because we're not even, barely a month into the administration, and it's another level of the word warp speed. Listen, this is not unfamiliar waters. I've watched him in action literally in his office, handling 3 or 4 phone calls at one time, talking to people when they walk in, literally in his office. So this is his element, in making decisions and moving and thinking very quick, and just making decisions, Matt. And that's key. A lot of presidents historically would, put the finger in the wind and wait to see where it would blow in order to make a decision, but that's not the case here. And I said earlier, imagine the accomplishments we would have, what President Trump would have accomplished back in the first administration had we not been distracted with all the fake news, the fake impeachments, the fake Russian hoax collusion, all those things that distracted. And look at the things that were accomplished. So you eliminate all that and imagine what we could have done for the American people. So thank God this particular term right here, they're still playing their shenanigans, but it's a little different. We're sharper, we're smarter, we understand it better. And here's one key thing that's very important and to your viewers. You got to look at the makeover, the folks that are in this cabinet and folks who came on to help. In the first term, it was very hard to get really good people because of all the persecution, the media intimidation, and who wants to go through that? So thank God, thank the Lord that we pierced that glass ceiling and got some good folks like Mr. Howard Lutnick. His testimony with losing 600 employees literally within seconds with the World Trade Center because he took a different route that morning to drop his child off to daycare. There's a lot of testimonies in Treasury and as you mentioned earlier in your segment, my good friend Scott Turner, we text back and forth about his prayer. And listen, I'm used to the prayers. It was very common in the first campaign as well as the first administration. The hallway, on the plane, and in the Oval Office, on the lawn, everywhere you asked, he would never hesitate.
And now, are you talking about Scott Turner would never hesitate, or President Trump?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. People were kind of mesmerized by that. I'm like, no, that's very, very, very common in his orbit. Like I said, I've been around since the beginning, coming down the escalators. Prayer has been a huge part of what defines him. And you saw in the inauguration, January 2017, we don't worship government, we worship God. Made it very clear and crystal clear. So that's who he is, and he's not faking and trying to get a photo op and everything. He genuinely meant when he told Secretary Turner, man, that was really good. I've led prayers for him 5 times amongst 10, 20,000 people at rallies, and I've done them in the Oval Office with him. I led the last one before they shut the country down in 2020 when we had the Black History Month, when we were all around the table. We all got up and laid hands on him and prayed, and that was something I led too with that. So I say that to say that it's very common. So just FYI to the viewers.
No, yeah, no. I mean, it's great to see that, and we know that President Trump is a man of faith and someone that seeks God, prays to God, and there's nothing wrong with that. Of course, that's a great thing. But also, Bruce, that's pretty cool insight. The fact that you have been able to do something like that, spiritually with a world leader. I mean, do you sometimes sit back and go, I prayed with the commander-in-chief, the leader of the free world, and I prayed to Jesus. I mean, do you ever sit back and just think about it?
It moves so fast. It's kind of surreal, to not only is the president, he's actually a friend, speaking with him personally on the phone, et cetera. And he's just like another man. He has a family, he has a wife, he has children, he has a business, and he's just trying to do the right thing. And like I said earlier, Matt, this is exactly what the Constitution, this is what this great republic for which it stands, what it was designed for. It was designed to entice and inspire good men and women to come serve. And we talked about in your show earlier, is to inspire the person that runs a great business in the community to run for city council, a great lawyer in the community that's extremely ethical and loves God. We want to inspire them to run for district attorney. We want good men and women who fear the Lord, who want to come in and serve in these seats. So that's all this is, man, this great movement. That's what this America First movement is.
Yeah, exactly. At the core, of faith. And then, freedom and the Constitution. Again, I've said those words, I think freedom and Constitution on this set right here, probably 37,000 times. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, it's about common sense. And so that's, yeah. I'm not gonna not talk about something that's so rooted in that common sense. But let's talk about the UK leader being there at the White House today, and then Zelensky for the Ukraine tomorrow. Just your thoughts overall about all these foreign leaders visiting President Trump. And if you'd like to talk about the UK leader or the Ukrainian leader, feel free.
Yeah. Well, this is something that I've said from day one, and a lot of us, I'm not the only one, that the world, not to mention the U.S., is hungry for someone to take lead. And, I used to tell a lot of folks I traveled the world. I was in Europe last year in Romania on a Make Europe Great Again conference that I spoke at. Is like, a lot of these countries are looking for a leader. They're looking to the U.S. to lead. And, I tell a lot of folks that, listen, do you want us to lead or someone else? Somebody's got to lead. And so I think, and I know that a lot of these leaders in all the other various countries, I know in the UK and many other nations, are hungry to get a person of President Trump's fortitude, his stamina, his leadership ability, because they need someone to come in there. Because listen, the common sense is not just for the U.S. It transcends all over the globe. And obviously the conversation on men and women's sports, low tax, less government, this helps communities. So these common sense initiatives that come out of the Oval Office impact the globe. So they're hungry for that also. Listen, America First is not just prone to the U.S. It's actually, and I've been over Europe and I've seen it. And let me tell you, there's patriots over there that are more serious than some of the folks here about this freedom of independence and freedom of less government. So I think, and I think folks like President Zelensky, who's in a situation that, it's unfortunate what's going on with Russia, but, President Trump says, listen, my main objective is to take care of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the oath. That's what the presidency has sworn to protect foreign and domestic, the United States of America. And we've meddled so much and did really bad decisions in other nations that cost tremendous amount of money on the taxpayers' back. So, back to these foreign leaders, they're hungry to come, visit President Trump. It's like, thank you. They might not want to say it on the camera, but deep down internally, they're like, listen, we need your leadership. And I'm sure there are many others. You see the leader in Poland, you see the gentleman in Argentina, you see many others in other nations across the waters that are joining this great America First, quote, global common sense initiative.
Yeah, exactly. Well said, perfectly said. It's all about the free world out there, and we're part of it here in this land as well. Bruce Levell, sir, thank you again for joining us on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We'd love to have you on the show again, maybe this week or next week. Thanks again, Bruce.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Matt. God
Definitely,
bless.
Bruce. You too. All right, so it's 12:24. Bruce Levell there speaking live with us here on Right Side. As you're looking live at the West Wing of the White House right now, you can see that the guards and the military are ready for the UK Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, to pull up at any moment. So as soon as we see that, we will go there live for that brief moment in time, but it will be live. And also, let's go to a couple sponsors in the meantime right now on Right Side Broadcasting Network. So Audion Hearing. So there are over 1.5 billion people worldwide who have hearing loss, and many of them don't even really have it. If you're often asked to repeat yourself or sometimes feel tuned out of the conversation, or there's some other difficulties there, your only option historically has been to spend about $1,000 and thousands of dollars on prescription hearing aids. You see that great information there on your screen, as Audion Hearing is changing that with their revolutionary new over-the-counter hearing aids that start at only $189 a pair. So as we await this live picture, of course, we'll cut to that as soon as it happens, but of course letting you know about Audion Hearing right now. So you don't need to take a hearing test or get a prescription. Instead, they can be delivered to your door in just a few days. Audion hearing aids are tiny, they're rechargeable, they sound great, and they don't look like traditional bulky hearing aids. Audion is a proud American company with more than 1 million happy customers, making them the leader in the over-the-counter hearing aids. So if you're looking for an affordable, high-quality solution to help you reconnect with loved ones and hear the things you're missing out on, I highly recommend you check out Audion Hearing. So you see some of the information there on your screen, audionhearing.com/RSBN, a great sponsor here. Let's go to the White House as Keir Starmer pulls up. Okay, I guess that is coming up here in a second. Okay, next sponsor is Byrna. It's also a great sponsor here at the network. The information that I have here is that, of course, freedom and security are the cornerstones of the American way. So that's why we've partnered with Byrna, a company that embodies these values, that are based in Fort Wayne, Indiana. So I know that there are various scripts for us to read to you here, but these are products that are also obviously great products that when you work with a partnership and a sponsorship, they are pro-freedom and pro-America and pro-Right Side Broadcasting Network. So just to get a shout out to all of our sponsors right now, including Byrna right here. I mean, it's not classified as a firearm, as you see at the bottom of your screen. No background checks, over 25,000 five-star reviews. And also what we know is that there have been more than 500,000 of these items sold in about 5 years. So this is something that about 5% of law enforcement actually have it. It's the alternative to deadly force, proudly American, the less lethal launcher. So the company is full on for the Second Amendment. But this is something that's that in between, that hopefully life doesn't have to be taken. And most of the time, these altercations, we're told, with law enforcement, 99% of them don't need to go to that route of deadly force. So having it, something like this that you're able to have in your car or wherever you would want to have that, of course, you got to check out the signs and stuff like that when it comes to the airport and all. But you have to check it underneath the bag and everything. But at the end of the day, just go to Byrna.com/RSBN, a great sponsor here at the network. And it's effective, easy to use, and most importantly, legal in all 50 states. There's no background checks, and they also have multiple colors: safety orange, black, and yellow. So Burnett.com/RSBN as we are at the bottom of the hour, and looking forward to seeing the UK Prime Minister there at the White House, where President Trump will meet with him inside the Oval Office. And then about 2 o'clock Eastern time, there will be an East Room press conference that we will carry live right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Outside of the Beltway, outside of D.C., whenever there is America First news or breaking news around the country or even globally, we can bring that to you here live on Right Side. And of course, we have Robert McNeely showing up here in about half an hour to bring us some coverage as well as we work together to let you know about this press conference coming up. And of course, we have more interviews on the way here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, including John Strand with the American Frontline Doctors. Also, the conservative musical artist Jimmy Levy will be here as well. And then at 1:15, conservative commentator Katie Zachariah will join us live. So let's go now to John Strand. John, thank you again for joining us on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Definitely. Can you talk to us about the fact that President Trump pedaled to the metal right now for the country and for the American people? I'm sure there's a lot of smiling going on around the nation.
My goodness, I would think that we are in the most positive frame of mind we have been in a long time, and it's very encouraging. There's a lot of activity going on, so it's almost difficult to keep pace of, and there's a lot of pushback, which you would expect, but I think the American people should be encouraged, and we should remain engaged to continue giving support, public support, to the efforts that this administration is engaging in on all fronts, particularly as it relates to reviewing what's going on with the structure of our government and the bloat, waste, and abuse that Doge is uncovering. And of course, the foreign policy and the foreign affairs steps that the administration is taking to put our country back in a position of strength, taking on that nationalist and populist ethos that simply says, this is our country, we elect a president to represent our interests, and to put us in a position to be successful as a nation.
Exactly.
So it's really great.
No, I hear you. And also some other news that we're hearing too at the network is that Pam Bondi is actually going to release some information on the Epstein files. I mean, your thoughts about just all of these different departments really going in and saying, okay, where's the corruption? Let's show the people, okay, corruption's out the door, making our country healthy again. Your thoughts?
Yeah, what we saw in recent days was a cabinet-wide meeting that President Trump started emphatically with a very authentic prayer and a call to invite God back into the discussion, back into our priorities. I thought that was actually really powerful, not something to be overlooked. And I think it speaks to the heart and soul of President Trump and his administration and his full cabinet, that they are really committing to a return to classic American values and a full review of what has happened to our government, not only in the past 4 years of the disastrous Biden regime, but in many decades of erosion to our constitutional order, and just an unfortunate acceptance, either ignorant or otherwise, of a ton of fraud, waste, abuse, and corruption. So we need to really commit to flushing that out, to exposing that, to investigating, determining truth, transparency about what's happening, and then commit to very significant reforms across the board. The DOJ, of course, is a hot button issue and a huge area of need, as I've personally experienced, along with 1,600 American citizens who were destroyed by the weaponized Biden regime's January 6th witch hunt. So a lot of need in the DOJ to clean house, and we're glad to see that starting to happen, but there's much work to be done.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino over there at the FBI as well. So a lot of making America healthy again, not only with the food we eat, but just the way the country has operated over time. I mean, Doge just came out with a number of new specifics when it comes to the amount of millions of dollars being spent. And this is something that we've been seeing every day, but it's like the latest report is another 37 million for various things in other countries. It's just our money going elsewhere, but it's great to see Doge just turn it around, isn't it?
Yeah, the numbers are shocking. They'll continue to become even more alarming, I believe. We're an enormous country, roughly 350 million people. Obviously, the largest and most powerful nation.
John, if you could just stand by for 1 second, we'll come right back to you. Let's go live to the president, and John, we'll come right back to you.
Yeah.
President Trump, can you get a peace deal done in Ukraine? How confident are you, sir?
Mr. Prime Minister, will you get a backstop with you?
Okay, John, thank you again for standing by. President Trump just meeting with the UK Prime Minister outside of the West Wing, going to the Oval Office, and some of the reporters were asking, can you get a peace deal done, with Ukraine and Russia, and President Trump giving a thumbs up to that. So we're seeing a lot of great things happen, not only in our country, but around the world. So your thoughts about that as well, the fact that the Ukrainian leader will be here tomorrow. And if you'd like to share any thoughts about Keir Starmer, which I know definitely on the other side of the aisle when it comes to policy, but your thoughts about this global connection that the president has.
Yeah, as we were just discussing, America, of course, the world leader, an enormous country with enormous wealth, and yet our middle class for so long has struggled, as we've documented very well over the last number of years, particularly in contrast with the Biden regime and the incoming Trump administration. But we can even look at President Trump 1.0 in terms of how he managed world affairs and how he positioned America to have peace through strength and to be a successful and wealthy nation once again. So the meetings he's having with these world leaders, just the tone of respect that has been restored to the presidency and to the country, to the United States of America on the world stage. I think it's impossible to miss that. I think it's just a very simple, common sense reality that there is a leader in position now who understands how to operate a business, how to operate a country, understands basic factors of economics and balance of power between nations. And he's not afraid to do what is right for our country, being our leader. So just taking that position, also understanding that peace through strength is not simply a matter of being strong because you're yelling really loud or causing a lot of physical ruckus, or so to speak, but rather empowering yourself to be strong by being healthy. I'm talking about economically healthy, financial health. Of course, President Trump has been talking about drill, baby, drill, and otherwise unleashing American energy, which is at the heart of being strong as a nation, economically and otherwise. And of course, we're also excited to see Secretary Robert Kennedy Jr. with the MAHA movement to make Americans healthy again from a health and nutrition perspective. So all those things are really important. But the peace deals that are being discussed right now, of course, are existential. There have been so many lives lost needlessly, as President Trump continues to remind folks. So we do need to see the conflict in Ukraine, Russia resolved as soon as possible.
If we take a step back and just look at what's happening right now, when we see President Trump, who is, in my opinion, the George Washington of our time, this is a second revolution of sorts, right? Without all of the terrible war and all that. But it is. I mean, we were going down the wrong path to tyranny in this country. And a lot of people use those words, and it's like shock value or drama, but it wasn't drama. I mean, literally, as you know, that's where we were headed. So now we see this absolutely strong leader that I don't think the American press or really anybody has ever seen in that 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. So what it's making the mainstream media do is come out and say, well, he's authoritarian, or he's a dictator, or he's this, and the Democrat leadership are saying the same thing. Not everyday Democrats and liberals are saying that, by the way, right? It's these people that are so-called in power. They just don't know what else to do. They've never seen such a strong person in office doing great things for our country.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the pattern of the left, particularly the radical left factions of the Democrat Party, and they constantly have this tactic of projection. They'll shriek and complain and accuse you of exactly what it is they are doing. So there's been an incredible amount of not only corruption, but consolidation of power, weaponization of power, and tyrannical totalitarian actions and methods that have been certainly were employed by the Biden regime, and the Democrat Party generally seems to favor this approach. So it is hypocritical and ironic that they're claiming that Trump is a dictator. It's pretty clear to see President Trump was overwhelmingly elected by the people, and he is acting with strength and resolve to execute on exactly what he promised the American people he would do if we were to elect him. We chose him in a landslide mandate, a very clear, powerful election. It was historic, and he's doing exactly what he promised, step by step, faster than we could have even hoped for, which is quite helpful under the circumstances. But he is, continually executing constitutional governance with his Article 2 executive powers as the Constitution provides for.
Exactly. And to your point there, when we're looking at all of this, again, if we just take one more step back and just look at the amount of the system that President Trump has come against, and we're talking former Republican presidents too. Like, can you believe,
Right.
this is really what we're seeing in this nation. And God protected President Trump, as we know. And now we're seeing before our eyes this next level of freedom and greatness. And who knows how things will go after the 4 years of President Trump, hopefully to more greatness. But it's just, I don't know, it's just definitely an interesting time to be alive for all of us Americans. The fact that President Trump is like a George Washington, has great parts of, Thomas Jefferson and Abraham Lincoln in himself doing the great things. He has a lot of people to learn from, Ronald Reagan and others, right?
No doubt about it. You're totally right, Matthew. It's darkest before the dawn. We know this phrase, but often going through the most difficult periods provides an opportunity for an incredible transformation of heart, soul, and mind and country. So George Washington led the effort during a very difficult time where the settlers of the colonies were oppressed, even as they were exploring new lands to find independence and freedom, liberty and justice, an equality of liberty and justice for all of the people in that country. And so they led those efforts, George Washington and the founding fathers, at a very difficult time that produced incredible transformational results. So we are certainly at a new point in history similar to that, where we have endured incredible hardships concerning elements of totalitarianism. I can speak from experience, just having served unjustly in prison, abused in prison terribly, and many, many others because of those totalitarian developments. So now we have a chance to completely shift and transform what's been going on. President Trump's leading that effort, but it's so important for all of us as American citizens to recognize this is our calling, this is our moment, this is our country. President Trump is not a dictator because we, the people, elect him to do what we call for him to do as a people, as a nation. But we need to continue to engage not only these daily conversations about where policy is shifting and shaping, but taking opportunities in our own lives, in our own communities, to engage in the civic process, to run for office at all levels, to support those who are running for office who share our values and are truly committed to constitutional governance. And so there's a lot of work to be done and a lot of opportunity for each one of us as citizens. And I just want to encourage all of us to continue to engage in that. Every day there's a new opportunity. I wrote a book in prison called Patriot Plea. It's really my call to the country to take on that responsibility and that opportunity. So I hope people will pre-order the book at johnstrand.com and help to share that message with the nation, because President Trump needs all hands on deck, and I'm really excited to be a part of that mission right now.
And before I let you go, American Frontline Doctors, you're the creative director with them. Tell us what the latest is with that great group of people there, and what is needed for American Frontline Doctors.
Yeah, folks should definitely continue to be vigilant and be supportive of independent organizations and independent patriot-based companies that are helping to use the free market system to serve the needs of the country and to push back on all of the woke and corrupted effects we've seen from the previous systems, like the USAID. We have now been able to understand through the efforts of Doge is largely money laundering operations that are, endangering our country and wasting our hard-earned tax dollars. So you can support America's Frontline Doctors and also an incredible medical freedom platform that Dr. Gold has formulated with her trusted independent doctors over the years called Gold Care. So you folks should definitely visit goldcare.com. It is a revolutionary medical freedom platform that allows everyone across the country and soon across the world to have completely unfettered access to trusted, independent, verified information related to medical issues and also general health and wellness. And so we're very excited about Secretary Kennedy, the MAHA movement, to completely review what's been going on with our health, with our children, with our food, and major issues that have a huge effect both now and in the future as to whether we'll be healthy and successful Americans and that our country can continue to prosper. So we urge everyone to visit goldcare.com and join that movement. It's really a patriotic-based movement to ensure that Americans have true independent access to medical information. Because remember, in 2020, Americans did not have that access, and the CDC and FDA were co-opted. There was a lot of flat-out wrong information that was literally causing people to die. And those threats can always remain. Those threats can continue to be hijacked and weaponized by corrupt political factions. And so we want to prepare ourselves to be fortified and prepared with accurate information.
Exactly. And that website, referring to Dr. Simone Gold, of course, Gold Care, what is it again? Gold Care?
Goldcare.com. Yeah. We try to make it available to everyone. It is a free speech platform. It is a medical platform. There is access to independent doctors if you need provider care. There is access to a wealth of information, both live and on-demand classes and many other resources to inform yourself so you know how to make the best decisions for yourself with your doctor and otherwise. And it's $10 a month to start. It's really accessible to everyone. So we urge everyone to join that.
Awesome. John, thank you again for your insight, your analysis, and your friendship. John Strand, live here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Matthew. God bless you.
You too. All right, so it's 12:45 Eastern time as we await the Oval Office meeting there between President Trump and the United Kingdom Prime Minister Keir Starmer. So as soon as we see any video from the Oval Office, we'll take you there. Also at 2 o'clock, an East Room press conference live right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Producer, can you repeat that, please? All right, let's go to our next sponsor before we go to our next interview. Home Title Lock. Did you know that scammers actually can literally steal your home right out from under you? The FBI calls it house stealing. It's a growing real estate scam targeting American homeowners. Here's how it works. Criminals would forge your signature on one document, use a fake notary stamp, pay a small fee, and file it with your local recorder's office. And just like that, your home title has been transferred out of your name. So you see all of that information right there to just double check that you can make sure that you're not a victim here, because at the end of the day, you can get some of this stuff for free to double check that you're not part of any of this going on, where with more information that I could share with you right here. So basically they take out loans using your equity as collateral, or even sell the property behind your back. So if you don't, you won't even know it's happening until you start getting collection or foreclosure notices. So let me ask you, when is the last time you checked your home title? If you're like many people, of course, the answer is never. And that's exactly what scammers are counting on. That's why we at RSBN do trust Home Title Lock. Their $1 million triple lock protection helps keep your home and equity safe. So here's what you can get: immediate 24/7 monitoring of your property, urgent alerts if there are any changes, and if fraud should happen, their U.S.-based restoration team will spend up to $1 million to fix the fraud and restore your title at no additional cost. Here's the best part: we've teamed up with Home Title Lock to give you a free title history report, so you can find out if you're already a victim and access to your personal title expert. That's a $250 value just for signing up. So all you have to do is go to HometitleLock.com, use promo code RSBN, or click on the link in the description on Rumble or YouTube, and make sure to check out the $1 million triple lock protection details when you get there. So that's HometitleLock.com, promo code RSBN, to get the protection and peace of mind you deserve. All right, so 12:48 Eastern, as we are looking at the White House West Wing there live, as you see that whenever the Marine is there, that means the president is in the Oval Office. Let's go live to our next guest as we await more coverage here on Right Side Broadcasting. Network, to Carla Sands. Carla, thank you so much for joining us on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Great to be with you, Matthew. Thanks.
So your thoughts right now, I mean, the fact that the UK leader's there today. Tomorrow it's Vladimir Zelensky of the Ukraine. This is what, the 6th or 7th foreign leader in about a month and a half?
Yes, the parade of foreign leaders coming to speak with President Trump and to look for some kind of a deal on their behalf or their country's behalf is amazing. It's like watching a parade.
Exactly. It's great to see it, and it's great to see that peace through strength that we see with the president. What are your thoughts right now with just everything in Washington, D.C., whether it's Pennsylvania, whether it's Florida, I mean, Arizona, California? There's just a lot of good things happening throughout our country as corruption continues to get cleaned out from our government.
Yes, thank you, Matthew, for covering that wonderful cabinet meeting yesterday. It was great to hear President Trump, the cabinet members, Elon Musk talk about the good things that they're doing on behalf of the American people. They are really rooting out the corruption, and they're going to downsize the number of federal employees. And that's good. Like all these economists that say that's going to hurt our economy, it's not true. More government workers hurts private business and hurts the economy because they suck out the lifeblood of the free market, and the free market businesses in the private sector. That's how we make America great. So President Trump is going to move some of those folks working for the government, paid by our tax dollars, into the private sector, and those folks will help to build the economy. Those are real jobs.
Exactly. And then let's talk about the Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick. What a guy that knows exactly what to do with business, the economy, tariffs, and trade, and a good friend of the president, and from New York. I mean, there's a great connection there that I think will really help our economy in many ways, don't you think?
I do. I think he's working great with our Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. They're working on getting fair trade. President Trump is not trying to strong arm any country. What he's asking for is reciprocity. Do unto others as you have them do unto you. If a country has 20% tariffs on something and we have 2% on their something, we want 2%, not 20%. But he's going to make it 20 until they lower their tariff numbers. So what we're doing is we're creating, or President Trump is creating, a level playing field.
Exactly. What we're hearing is not only Pam Bondi speaking, switching gears a bit, last night, and now Alina Habba today, saying that the Epstein list information is coming out. They're also talking about a website where people could see the JFK assassination information. I mean, this is the transparency of this administration is light years ahead of any other one I've ever seen.
It's true. I'm really interested to see what actually did happen with our government and JFK's death. I mean, I've lost a lot of confidence in our federal government during COVID and while I served. And just to see from the inside that the government wasn't always putting our needs and the best for the American people first. There was a lot of inside dealing, but a lot of seems like dirty business as well. So I appreciate President Trump's transparency. I'm glad that he's meeting with the UK Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer is a Labour Prime Minister, and he is doubling down on all the net zero and DEI things. They have wide open borders. Their beautiful culture and society, I believe, is being destroyed by those wide open borders, just like our country was under so much stress with our open borders. So President Trump has shown it can be done. I hope the UK and our other allies will secure their own borders and preserve their societies from basically the invaders.
Exactly, and that's what we're seeing, to your point, in the UK or any other country if they don't have a strong border. And, you know, it's interesting that it really kind of shows how extreme left some of the Democrat leaders were that wanted to take this country and throw it down into a trash can. That's really what they wanted to do, right? With the southern border, there was no border with Biden and Harris and even in other administrations. So the perspective that we're getting, Carla, each day is quite alarming in a way. It's kind of shocking, isn't it?
Well, it is. And to learn that the truth, and this is what the radical Democrats were literally saying in some of their communications, was they were replacing American citizens with docile people coming from third world countries who would make a Democrat majority into perpetuity. And that is anti-American. That is so against anything that's fair or American and constitutional. So thank God President Trump won the election, that he secured the border. It's more secure than it's been, I think I saw, in 20 years or more. The immigration is that low, and they're deporting people. President Trump wants it to go faster. I'm all for that. But I think that the UK has offered to perhaps send peacekeepers into Ukraine once this war ends. So I think that could be an interesting thing that the UK can contribute. I would imagine President Trump and Keir Starmer may talk about that.
Yeah, definitely. And we're going to see that press conference from the East Room at about 2 o'clock live right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And Carla, before I let you go, so we know that Linda McMahon, of course, was the leader over at America First Policy Institute, now the designate for the Secretary of Education. She still hasn't had the final vote to her favor yet from the Senate. Same thing with Lori Chavez-DeRemer for Labor, and also Elise Stefanik for the U.S. ambassador to the UN. But let's talk about the education system real quick. We know that there's going to be some shifts going on with Linda being the lead of that department for our country. Do you think it's just they're delaying it because they just haven't gotten around to it, or is there something deeper there where the left-wing radical leadership doesn't want the youth of America to start getting on the right page? I mean, think about it, the amount of propaganda that's been taught to many of them. Do you think there's something more to that, or is it just a delay that is happening?
Well, I think the left actually did create this disaster, this emergency in American education, where our kids don't learn about how government works, how a bill is made, about our Constitution. And we've gone from being first in the world to, I think we're below Croatia, somewhere in the 20s as far as the quality of our education and how our kids are competitive in the world, right? We're competing with the whole world. So I'm excited to see what Linda McMahon does. And I don't think anybody watching your show should worry for a second. I do believe that she will be the next U.S. Secretary of Education, President Trump's pick. And I hope that if she deems that we should close down the Department of Education, that Congress will get behind that, because I believe it will take an act of Congress to close that down and send the power back to the states, which is what President Trump says he wants to do. And
if I recall correctly, it wasn't about 2 weeks ago that a few Democrat leaders tried to go into the Department of Education. Is that right, or is it a different department? Do you remember?
I think it was the Department of Education. I saw a bunch of them there, mostly lawyers, standing at the door and trying to make a scene. That's not their area. I mean, they do the funding, but they're not part of the Department of Education. And I kind of liked it because there was so much abuse of the Republicans during the last administration, people thrown in the gulag without representation even, that so much dirty pool. Okay, fine, you can't get into the Labor Department. Let me play a tiny violin for you,
Yeah. No, it was wild to do that. It just, again, seeing the delay. I know that Linda McMahon will be the Secretary of Education, but seeing the delay for her to have her position at that cabinet post, then seeing the left-wing few leadership people trying to go into the DOE to talk to people about things and Doge and all this. Just, again, I think mama bears across the country are saying, hey, you know what? Those are our kids. Get your hands off. Let the right people teach the kids this and that, the things, writing, math, and all that. So getting away from the propaganda of the institution of corruption that has happened there. And I'm sure many parents across the country agree when it comes to those school board meetings and sit, 4 or 5 of those people sitting up there that are all left-wing lunatics, as President Trump calls them.
Yes, but Matthew, President Trump is getting America back to normal. He said boys are boys and girls are girls, and we're going to have 2 sexes, which is what it is. And he said no more doing the DEI stuff, no more transing the kids in school. So let them know, if you hear about it in your school, go to Doge or report it to your congressman or woman, and they are going to get behind that and stop the funding. And these schools will knock it off once they don't have any money, because money talks. So President Trump has said we're going to put teeth in this. I hope he looks at Colombia, where the anti-Semitic students, the pro-Palestinians, have taken over classrooms, not letting kids get into classrooms, harassing Jewish kids. This is a higher learning institution that gets about $1 billion a year of our tax dollars. We're going to stop that money, and I hope they do if they don't knock it off. And then we need to deport those foreigners that were there and riling people up. And the ones that were doing illegal things, there have to be consequences. Send them to jail. Let them cool their heels. That's the only way people understand, is to have consequences. Otherwise, you get more bad behavior, just like when you're raising children.
Carla Sands with the America First Policy Institute, former ambassador to Denmark. Thank you again for joining us, Carla.
Great to be with you, Matthew. Thanks.
You bet. All right, so 12:58, the bottom of the hour, actually the top of the hour now, 1 o'clock coming up here in just a couple minutes. We'll be getting a tape playback of the Oval Office meeting there, or possibly live feed from inside there as the president sits down with the UK Prime Minister. And then, of course, in about an hour from now, a 2 o'clock live press conference from the East Room of the White House. Before we get to our next interview, which will be with the conservative artist Levy, we have to go to a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, Audion Hearing. Audion Hearing, of course. The information that you see on your screen is audionhearing.com/RSBN. There are over 1.5 billion people worldwide who have hearing loss. Many of them don't even know they have it. So if you're often asked to repeat yourself or sometimes feel tuned out of the conversation, your only option historically has been to spend thousands of dollars on prescription hearing aids. Well, Audion Hearing is changing that with their revolutionary new over-the-counter hearing aids that start at $189 a pair. You don't need to take a hearing test or get a prescription. Instead, they're delivered to your door in just a few days. Audion hearing aids are tiny, rechargeable, they sound great, and don't look like the traditional bulky hearing aids. Audion is a proud American company with more than 1 million happy customers, making them the leader in over-the-counter aids. All right, so if you're looking for an affordable, high-quality solution to help you reconnect with loved ones and hear the things you're missing out on, I highly recommend you check out Audion Hearing. So it's 800-329-5079. 800-329-5079, audionhearing.com to get your pair. So again, audionhearing.com/RSBN. One other sponsor before we go to our next guest is Byrna. Of course, freedom and security are the cornerstones of the American way. They have this pull-pierce patent where you don't have to puncture the canister like other products out there. It's simply when you pull the trigger, it punctures the CO2. And I'm told that they also have of various things, a kinetic round, 2 kinetic rounds, and a chemical rounds in there. So the kinetic rounds are hard plastic rounds that will hit, if someone's coming at you with something. And then also there's a chemical round that actually has tear gas in it as well. So 5% of law enforcement actually carry a Byrna. So you may have heard of Byrna before. I mean, this is a nationally known product, and it's not classified as a firearm, no background checks, more than 25,000 5-star reviews. So just go to Byrna.com/RSBN. So there's actually a whole page set up for Right Side Broadcasting Network viewers. Just go to RSBN.com/RSBN. The less lethal launcher comes in multiple colors: safety orange, black, and yellow. So there you go, 1 o'clock here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's go to our next guest here shortly as we wait for more live coverage to unfold before our eyes here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, waiting for the president and the prime minister there at the Oval Office of the White House. Let's go now to Levy, a conservative artist, of course. Sir, thank you so much for joining us on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Thank you for having me. How are you?
I'm good. How's everything with you, with the career, the conservative music, and all of the great things that you're doing for the country?
Oh, everything has been awesome. Praise God. Right now, I just created a new alias called Gothneck, which is going to be my house music alias. I wanted to bring a positive message into house music, and what's a better positive message than the Bible? And so I put a song out called 23 based off of Psalm 23. and right now it's #3 on the dance charts. So it's cool to see, a song straight from the scripture up against all of the major artists in the world, and God is really using it. So
that's awesome, and that's what we're seeing around the country. Like all these conservative industries, and specifically yours in music, the fact that you're able to have a lot of people say, you know what, I'm a conservative, I'm a Christian, or I'm Jewish, I love the Bible, and Psalm 23 is great, and this sounds awesome. But the point is, are you seeing any pushback or any attack, verbally speaking, or anything of minimizing your music at all from the left?
Oh yeah. I mean, I got called a bunch of different names. I got called trans this week. I got called the white supremacist and KKK last week for doing a show with Terrence K. Williams, a Jewish guy and a black guy doing a show. They call it a KKK. I mean, they're running out of things to say. They're losing their credibility. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what the words of the enemy says, even though we're still supposed to love them. It only matters what our God says about us. So,
amen, Jimmy. I mean, at the end of the day, when that's really all they do to President Trump and the cabinet members. I mean, they go after Elon now, RFK Jr., on and on and on. They go after you. They go after whoever that is speaking up for truth, and it's pretty awesome. So where can everybody listen to this song? You said it's called 23, right? And by Jimmy Levy.
So it's called 23, but it's not under my name. It's under my new alias called Gothnek, Gothnek.
Okay.
23. It's on all platforms, and I recommend everyone get it on the iTunes store, because by tomorrow, if a certain amount of people get it, it will get onto the Billboard charts and then be competing worldwide.
That's awesome. That's really awesome. Let's talk about Psalm 23. I mean, the one part of the scripture, the shadow of the valley of death, but do not fear, that he is still with us. Has there been a moment in your life, sir, that you're like, I'm so glad God is real?
Oh yeah, I mean there were many, but I feel like growing up in the music industry already 12 years. In the beginning of my career, I was a Luciferian. I used to worship the devil, so I was in the pit and I was in the darkness around a lot of dark artists that were doing a lot of rituals, and I wasn't really understanding. In the beginning, for me, it was cool and edgy, and then I realized, wow, there's a real spiritual aspect to this. This is actually affecting the lives of the people around me, and I was like, wow, God is real. Like, that means God is real, and so, that psalm is very dear to me.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a powerful scripture from the psalmist David in Psalm 23. As it's 1:05 right now, of course, you see Jimmy Levy here live on RSBN. Sir, your thoughts about President Trump in the past month? I mean, have we ever seen, or have you ever experienced in your lifetime what we just experienced in that first month?
Oh, never before. I mean, I've said it many times. I mean, he's the only president that has allowed me to come and worship in his house and talk about God openly and sing. And, I've seen every religion and every type of person just be free there. He's the president of freedom for the people. And he's done more than any other president in history in such a short amount of time. And he's done almost everything that he said he would. And I'm sure there's many more promises that he will keep. So.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's promises made, promises kept. That was his signature of his first administration. We're seeing more of that in the second. What other topic out there? I mean, there's so many, right? Doge, or making America healthy again. And is there anything that you focus in on outside of being an artist, outside of the overall support for President Trump?
Yes, I'm definitely a big person in the Maha movement. I just lost 200 pounds since last year. I've spent a lot of time with Kennedy, and I used to do all of his rallies, especially during the lockdowns when he was part of Children's Health Defense, trying to make the lives of the children healthier. I used to, go and sing and, work with all of them. And so I appreciate now this joint venture between both of them. I think it's the best thing for this country. When I was bigger and more unhealthy, I always used to say, oh, this isn't I used to make excuses. And at the end of the day, like, to stay in something when you have the ability to change it is almost blasphemy, especially when you are not taking care of your temple. Because at the end of the day, our body is not ours. It's his vessel. It's the vessel of the Holy Spirit. And eventually it's time to start serving him with how we treat ourselves too.
Right.
So.
No, 100%. I'm sure everyone that's watching agrees with that. And Also, just real talk, how in the world did you do that? I mean, what did you cut out of your food intake? What is some of what you eat during the week? Because I'm about to take notes, Jimmy, and I'm not kidding.
Okay. Well, I started doing a bunch of different. I got to be realistic. I love my cheat days. I love food. A lot of diets want you to starve. A lot of diets want you to inject foreign things. I don't like all the stuff. I've been very vocal against that, but I do a lot of switch ups. So in the beginning, I was eating a little bit less every day, and I would lose a little weight. Then I wanted to try keto, so I started doing some keto stuff, and I lost some weight. But then I got bored of doing keto, so I wanted to try carnivore. So I did carnivore, and I just kind of switch it up all the time. But the main thing that is consistent is a metabolic shock diet. It's where my body doesn't know what to expect. So some days I'll eat a lot, and then some days I'll fast, and then some days I'll eat a regular amount. But I always, I stayed in the gym. I stayed dedicated in the gym, back to back. Even if I did my cheat days are very important, by the way, because we have to be realistic. If we're gonna go to a party, there's no way you're just gonna sit and watch everyone eat. That was the biggest thing that always bothered me whenever I thought about, I'm gonna have to start losing weight, but how am I gonna watch all my friends eat these cakes, eat this amazing food at a buffet, whatever it is. So we have to enjoy life, but it's also now important to look at the ingredients, because it's just much more than what our own needs are. At the end of the day, when it's still the flesh. So it always goes back to God, but the ingredients, they're trying to poison us. So now I'm at a point where I'm trying to build muscle since I already dropped the weight. So I do a high fat diet, and I found that a high fat diet is the most important type of diet. I was told, zero fat this, zero fat that, but I noticed when the whole zero fat trend happened, all the plus size models came out. All the models back then used to be fit or skinny or whatever, and then they did zero fat, and it's the fat is what makes us full. Without the fat, we're not full, so we overeat. And when we overeat anything, it turns into sugar, especially protein. If it's overeaten, it starts turning into sugar in the body. So a high fat diet has been the best thing for me, because another main concern in health is, I'm not going to be full if I diet. I'm going to be hungry. No, but if you eat a high fat diet, you'll be full, and you might not even eat as much as you think that you will. And I'm not trying to be skinny. I'm trying to build muscle. I'm trying to, start boxing and stuff, and I'm getting there, So yeah.
Well, then definitely food for thought, no pun intended, for all of that there, but also the processing and the toxins and all of that RFK Jr. with Make America Healthy Again. I'm looking forward to seeing him and his team take care of business when it comes to that, because we were brought up in this country where you get away from that farm to table type of restaurant and you go and just get whatever that's filled with junk or any other processed stuff at the grocery store. But anyway, let's shift gears back to one more thing before I let you go here, Jimmy. Thanks again for spending the time with us. So again, back to you as a conservative artist. You said earlier that you were more into the darkness of music. What was it that you kind of said, I'm out of here?
I had a few personal experiences, but one in particular, I lost somebody that I loved dearly, and I wanted to join them, and I didn't know God, and so I became very suicidal during that point in my life. And leading up to my 21st birthday, I actually planned a suicide around a music video. And the day that it happened, I went under the water in my pool. My mom comes home early. I get out. And because I had this whole art planned with a lawyer, with the music video and everything, I was like, no, I still have to die. So I went in my room. I took a bunch of pills. I lay on my bed. I wake up hours later to a phone call. My friend is outside. Nobody was answering the whole day because they were all planning a surprise party for me. It was crazy timing. I took it as further validation that I should continue doing what my plan was. And so somehow I get into my friend's car. I fall asleep in the car, wake up to the door opening, and ends up being all my friends and family and music people that I worked with. They're all saying surprise. And, I was just like, wow, they're celebrating my birthday. I'm celebrating my survival, but I have all these pills in me, and I go on the stage and I sing the song that's coming out. Midnight hits, and I'm on the stage. I'm like, guys, I'm 21. I'm 21. And they're like, okay, Jimmy. Like, they all assumed I just like partied before for my birthday. And I'm like, no, guys, I'm really 21. You don't understand. And they're like, okay. And so they pull me into the car and they surprise me that Rick Ross, who's like my favorite rapper at the time since I'm from Miami, got on my song. And it was just like surprise after surprise. And I run down the street and I lean over a dumpster and I throw up. And all the pills that I had in my body, 13 of them, nothing dissolved in like 8 hours. And I was like, wow, God is real. And, that was really like the first time I actually started believing in him. Aside from that, I've had, a lot of experiences, in the industry where I noticed that the things that my friends were practicing, the religious stuff, the dark religions, were affecting their life, either took the lives of people around them or took them out. And I started realizing the power in the evil, which is what made me understand the power in what's good. And that's God,
Amen. That's a powerful, powerful story. And the fact that your song is based into Psalm 23, I almost feel like we should read that scripture right now. Do you have a word right there to read the full scripture?
I don't have it right here.
Okay. All right. Well, we most of us know most of Psalm 23. But the point is, though, what is your faith now? Are you Jewish? Are you Christian? And what's your just belief system?
So I'm a Messianic Jew. So basically, I'm born Jewish, but just like the disciples, everybody was Jewish, and they decided to follow Jesus, Yeshua. So that's pretty much where I'm at now. I follow a lot of the traditions of how I grew up from the Old Testament, but I accept him as the Messiah and as my Savior, and I like to just follow the things that he actually did, not the things that the pagans do, and not the things that a lot of the religious people do.
Exactly. It's more of the connection, relationship with God, and forgiveness of sin and all that. That's what an awesome story, Jimmy, to go from that darkness and that rock bottom, and for you to be able to overcome that, and then to have the faith that you do, and to be a great conservative artist out there going against the whole system. Have you worked with Tom McDonald at all, or anybody else out there? Of course, Forgiato Blow and others, right?
Yeah, I've worked with Forgiato, with many of the conservative artists. I never worked with Tom. I think maybe this year we might have something coming.
That'd be awesome. Jimmy, thanks again for joining us. I'm going to read the scripture, why not? Psalm 23 real quick. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yeah, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou prepare a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Your thoughts, Jimmy?
Amen.
Amen. All right. Once again, for those of you watching, where can they find your music? You said Apple and Spotify?
Yes, Apple, Spotify, all music platforms, but the best place for this song right now as an independent artist is on the iTunes store.
Awesome. Jimmy, thanks again for joining us here on Right Side. Let's have you on again soon, huh?
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me, bro.
Definitely. You too, man. Quite awesome to be able to be in conservative media where we could do what we just did. You're not going to see that on mainstream ever, but it's great to be able to have that freedom of speech here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Awaiting President Trump and the United Kingdom Prime Minister Keir Starmer. They'll be holding that press conference at 2 Eastern. And we may have another guest joining us here in a bit. I believe also Robert McNeely may be around the corner here and might be able to join here in studio as we get ready to bring you this live press conference at 2 o'clock in the East Room. If you'd like to follow Right Side Broadcasting Network on Truth Social, it's at RSBN. If you'd like to follow on X, it's at RSB Network. If you'd like to follow me on Truth Social, it's at Matthew Alvarez. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be right back here at Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Parents, do your kids know what courage really means? It's about standing up for America even when there's a target on your back. That's why Huckabee's team created the Kids Guide to the Courage of the President. This important guide tells kids everything they need to know about President Trump's unwavering courage, and you can get it for free. With your free order, you will receive free bonus gifts, including the Kids Guide to President Trump and a Christmas ornament commemorating Trump's call for us to fight. Get it all for free at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
Families across the nation have arrived at a heartbreaking crossroad to surrender their beloved animals at alarming rates due to inflation and soaring costs of living.
There are so many overcrowded shelters. So many dogs need a home, but it's all of us working together to solve this crisis.
This fight requires both doers and dollars. Join us at Big Dog Ranch Rescue. Please sign up today.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez, and guess who's in the building?
The one, the only.
Robert McNeely. Great to see you.
Oh, yes, good to be with you. Awesome coverage this morning, interviewing so many people in and involved around the MAGA movement. This is a big day for President Trump. I think really the first leader he has serious ideological differences with in the UK Prime Minister.
Exactly. So any common ground that can be found, I'm sure they're going to be talking about that at the Oval Office there. And of course, that East Room press conference that will be going to live at 2 o'clock Eastern Time right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I believe we do have a guest, another interview as well coming up.
Yes, we should have Katie Zachariah out of California, a smart Republican strategist who knows really the ins and outs of what's happening inside and outside of the Beltway. And Katie, such a pleasure to have you today. Talk to us about really what's been a huge success for President Trump. He is 20-0 when it comes to Senate confirmations. How do you believe this will affect his legislative agenda moving forward?
Well, thanks for having me on. It's a beautiful sunny day out here in California. I think what it shows so clearly is President Trump's decisive leadership and clear respect. He knew from the beginning, I'm going to get these people through. I'm going to appoint these people, and some of them have been a little bit controversial, right? You have Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who we got through, and then we have Kash Patel, who McConnell ended up voting for, which was a huge surprise and also absolutely necessary. And so I think what it shows is he's getting these people through, and these people are getting to work. Look at what Attorney General Pam Bondi is doing right now. We're releasing the Epstein client list. Her response yesterday was so great. Why the delay? The delay is because we're protecting the victims, and we need to make sure there's nothing that's attached to the victims. Now we have Kash Patel in. The Director Patel is going to be moving in huge rapid fashion. You already have this investigation with Comey, and so to see them hitting the ground running and to have the support of the president, and then for the president conversely to have the support of these branches of the DOJ and of the FBI actually working with him rather than against him, is going to show the American people the power of the executive branch, the power of the president, the power of our government when they can all work together. His first term was really marred by a lot of people working against him. And so this is exciting, and I think we're going to see some big stuff.
Yeah, I agree. I was talking to a buddy of mine the other day. He said the same thing. There's a huge wave of good stuff happening in this country. So obviously we'll be monitoring it here at Right Side. But also, Katie, the DHS Secretary Christina Loren, she announced that in a single month under President Trump, ICE arrests have increased by 627%. Your thoughts, especially there in California?
Yeah, here in California. And did you see the footage also of ICE agents arresting those coming in on the beaches? So that's been one of the bigger things that we've been enduring out in Malibu, down in San Diego, all of our beaches, people are coming in on the shore. And so finally we have ICE agents on the shore arresting people coming in from the ocean. And so I also think Homan cited a statistic that we were at like 200 and maybe 14 border crossings versus 11,000 a day, which is, I think, the lowest it's been since, was it 2017, since President Trump first set out. So DHS is working rapidly. We also have they talked about who was leaking that information in the FBI, who for a lot of these raids that they were going to doing and deportations. And so to see both ICE being empowered and the FBI leaks being smashed and them able to actually get through and do the deportations from the raids is huge. Very exciting.
And we have some MAGA populists and Trump-endorsed individuals. You're running for governor in Florida with Byron Donalds. You have Vivek Ramaswamy in Ohio. So we're seeing 2026 around the corner with this momentum continuing to happen in a positive direction. Is there any forecast you see in California who might emerge as one of those leaders to succeed Governor Newsom?
Yeah, his podcast, what a waste of time. Have you seen this? Why don't we set up an emergency line? Why don't we set up an emergency line for the people who have lost their homes? And they can call in and tell you what they need rather than a podcast of listening to you talk about nothing. I'm so disgusted and disturbed at it. I think that if we look at the California landscape, if Kamala Harris throws her hat in the race to run, we have Ambassador Rick Grenell had said he might not be able to resist. I think Ambassador Rick Grenell is one of the few MAGA Republicans that could probably carry California, though it would take Kamala Harris throwing her hat in the race and maybe not winning another election that she wants to join. Rick Caruso, who ran for mayor, might be running, but he is a Democrat, so we're not sure kind of what poll he would have. I think he would be better off running as mayor of Los Angeles right now. So we have some big names on the horizon. Chad Bianco has said he might run. He is a sheriff out of Riverside. And we'll see. We'll see what happens. I think it's going to be more clear as we see what Democrats want, where they move and how those pieces move. And I'm also interested to see if Gavin Newsom decides to run for president. That will be very humorous, actually.
Yeah, no, it definitely would be. And I think what we're seeing is a lot of fakery when it comes to even politics anymore, especially those on the left like Harris or Biden or Newsom and on. The people really know this now, and I think this is a secret that they've been trying to hold down. Deep state, the globalist thing, and all this radical ideology stuff over the years. They really tried to hold it down and suppress it. Then we saw President Trump win in his first administration. We saw what happened for the past 4 years. Now it's the whole world sees it. I mean, do we realize what time we're living in here in 2025?
Yeah, and I think President Trump has really shown the people in this, especially the juxtaposition with the Biden administration for the last 4 years, and then President Trump in the first less than 45 days, right? That he is now being transparent to the American public. He's communicating with the world. He is talking to world leaders. He's inviting them to the White House. He is making deals. He is helping with Russia, Ukraine. He's getting that peace deal. He's going to make that happen. He is making it happen. And I think what it's showing is that there is such a clear difference between the Democrats who are self-serving, who are narcissistic, who are, making podcasts and running around talking about what they're doing. And President Trump is actually doing the hard work, and he's exposing things through Doge and using the medium, Elon's using the medium of X to be able to communicate with the American people. This is how your tax dollars are being wasted. And we are working on behalf of you. The Democrat Party is not making any inroads with the American people, showing that they're working on behalf of them. They are continuing to work on behalf of themselves and enriching themselves. And the juxtaposition couldn't be more clear. And President Trump speaking, he opened the White House tours once again, and the First Lady Melania have opened the White House tours again. And I think that just sends the message that this is, again, the people's house. I work for the people. You are welcome to come to the White House and tour the White House again. I'm going to ensure Congress is working on behalf of you. I'm going to ensure the Senate is working on behalf of you. And I think that more and more people are waking up, especially in California, where their needs are not being met. And they're saying, we need a leader who actually wants to meet our needs, who actually wants to serve the American people. So, and the Californian people who haven't been served in a long time.
Promises made, promises kept. That's for sure. Even Governor thanking President Trump for all of the federal relief for the wildfires just yesterday at a press conference. Katie Zachariah, Republican strategist. Always a joy to have you on the show. Thank you so much, Katie. Have a great day. And we'll see you back at Right Side Broadcasting Network live in the near future.
Thank you so much.
All right, so awesome to interview a number of people that are all on the right side of history, isn't it?
It really is, and so much of an expertise and a background in their given fields. Also, people not afraid to talk about God and how the Lord has influenced them in their own lives with their unique experiences, really hitting on policy, hitting on just being at the wrong place at the wrong time, especially with the J6ers, how they have come out of this. And speaking to so many of them at CPAC, that was truly a highlight. And we hope to have many of them on the network here over the course of the next year just to share their own personal stories, because they truly have that hope. They are like Paul in prison, writing those letters that you see in the Bible. All of this hope, all of this trust in the Lord, although they're going through very difficult circumstances.
Exactly. And also, I'm thinking about a number of people that were at CPAC. So you were able to interview Nigel Farage, which was a great moment for Right Side Broadcasting Network too, because he's the Reform UK leader. He is the Make Britain Great Again type of guy out there. So your thoughts on meeting Nigel and what, since we're talking about the UK today, what that would mean if he was ever the leader of that country?
Well, the unbridled optimism coming from Nigel Farage is really quite fascinating, because we have a situation here where the far left has truly taken over the UK. So look at Germany, look at Italy. You've had conservative movements being successful there recently, and really recognizing, oh my goodness, we're letting people in here who do not share our values. Many young professional men, and I say professional in the sense of between the ages of 20 to 40, professional in the sense of terrorism, which is really sad to see, because these are people with an ideology who have come into these countries and have abandoned the root causes of what's made them great, including Judeo-Christian values. So you're seeing this in the UK right now, but interviewing Nigel was rather fascinating, because there is no one as optimistic as he is for not only the Reform Party movement, but bringing populist values to the United Kingdom, keeping it together as well, because that's another big thing that's not really talked about on other networks. We have a situation right now where the Scottish Freedom Movement and Northern Ireland in and of itself might break off from the UK. Then you would only have two countries, England and Wales, as the United Kingdom. That would probably spell some doom and gloom for the Western world, because in Scotland, the UK bases are right there. In those North Atlantic waters, we patrol them. The UK patrols them. But Russia and China go through there as well. And that's another reason why it would be so important for President Trump to get Greenland in the process. Oh, we'll toss it to the Oval Office here now.
The Oval Office, it's a very special place, and he's a special man. And the United Kingdom is a wonderful. This is a wonderful country that I know very well. I'm there a lot, and I'll be going there, and we expect to see each other in the near future. We'll be announcing it, but we're going to be discussing many things today. We'll be discussing Russia-Ukraine. We'll be discussing trade and lots of other items. And I think we can say that we're going to be getting along on every one of them. We've had a tremendous relationship, and frankly, the Prime Minister and I have met twice before, and we get along very famously, as you would say. And I look forward to it very much. We look forward to the day and the meeting. We'll be having a luncheon after this, and then another work session, and I believe we're going to have a press conference at the end. So I look forward to it. And Mr. Prime Minister, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I say thank you for your hospitality, for your leadership? We have met a number of times, we've talked a number of times, and we have had a very constructive conversation. I'm sure we will today. And of course, our countries have been bound together for a very long time now. The closest alliance, I think, of any two countries when it comes to prosperity and security. And I know that together we will strengthen that even further. And on issues like Ukraine, thank you for changing the conversation to bring about the possibility that now we can have a peace deal. And we want to work with you to make sure that peace deal is enduring, that it lasts, that it's a deal that goes down as a historic deal, that nobody breaches, and we'll work with you to make sure that that absolutely happens. And it is my pleasure to bring from His Majesty the King a letter. He sends his best wishes and his regards, of course, but he also asked me to bear this letter and bring it to you. So can I present the letter from the King to you?
Thank you very much. Am I supposed to read it right now?
Yeah, please do.
I will do.
I've got to tell him what your reaction is, so I need to know. I need to know.
He is a great gentleman. A great, great gentleman. Oh, that's well. Well, that is really nice. I must make sure his signature's on that. Otherwise, it's not quite as meaningful. It is, and that's quite a signature, isn't it? Beautiful. He's a beautiful man, a wonderful man, and we appreciate it. I've known him, gotten to know him very well, actually. Yeah. First term and now second term. Perhaps you'd like to say what that very important paragraph.
Yes, so this is a letter from His Majesty the King. It's an invitation for a second state visit. This is really special. This has never happened before. This is unprecedented. And I think that just symbolises the strength of the relationship between us. So this is a very special letter. I think the last state visit was a tremendous success.
It was.
His Majesty the King wants to make this even better than that. So this is truly historic, an unprecedented second state visit, and he wants to talk that through with you.
And that says at Windsor. That's really something.
Yes. What I haven't got yet is your answer. I do need to.
The answer is yes. On behalf of our wonderful First Lady, Melania, and myself, the answer is yes, and we look forward to being there and honoring the King and honoring really your country. Your country is a fantastic country, and it'll be our honor to be there. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. I shall happily take that back to His Majesty.
It's beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to keep that one.
You're going to keep that one.
President Trump, Andrew and Tristan Tate landed in Florida today on a private jet after being released from custody in Romania. They are accused rapists, human traffickers, not thought of as good people in many circles. Did your administration pressure the Romanian government to release them, and if so, why?
I know nothing about that. I don't know. You're saying he's on a plane right now?
He's back. They already did.
Yeah, I just know nothing about it. We'll check it out. We'll let you know.
I do. Look, obviously this involves, there's an English element here, so obviously it's important that justice is done, and human trafficking is obviously, to my mind, a security risk. And so we'll catch up with the story in due course.
You're aware? Are you aware? I didn't know anything about it. Yeah.
Mr. President, veterans make up 30% of the federal workforce. Are you tracking how many veterans have been fired so far?
Yes, we are.
Doge
We are, and we take good care of our veterans, so we're watching that very carefully, and we hope it's going to be as small a number as possible. But we are having great success in slimming down our government. It's been really very successful, and some took payouts and buyouts, and others took other things, and some people we're finding out don't even exist. We're finding that we have a lot of people that don't exist, that people thought that did. We will be making a statement on that, but we're taking care of our veterans. We love our veterans. We're going to take good care of them. Okay, please.
Mr. President, could you be persuaded as part of a peace settlement in Ukraine to provide air cover, a backstop security position to the contributions that Europe might make as well?
Well, so President Zelensky's coming to see me on Friday morning, and we're going to be signing really a very important agreement for both sides, because it's really going to get us into that country. We'll be working there. We'll have a lot of people working there. And so in that sense, it's very good. It's a backstop, you could say. I don't think anybody's going to play around if we're there with a lot of workers and having to do with rare earths and other things, which we need for our country. And we appreciate it very much. And I look forward to seeing him. We'll be talking about it, and we'll also be talking about that today with the Prime Minister.
Yeah, I mean, as you know, we've already indicated that we'll play our full part in making sure that any deal, if there is one, and I hope there is, and I think this is a historic moment to make sure it's a lasting deal, and we're about to have a discussion about how we can make that work.
But I have to say this, as I said yesterday, you're talking about a peacekeeping force. We have to make a deal first. Right now, we don't have a deal. We have Russia, we have Ukraine. I think we're very well advanced. I think Russia has been acting very well. We have Representatives Steve Witkoff and Scott and Marco and JD. We're all involved, every one of us, and a lot more. But I think we're very well advanced on a deal, but we have not made a deal yet. So I don't like to talk about peacekeeping until we have a deal. I like to get things done. I don't want to give it the bad luck sign. We don't want to do that. But we've had very good talks with Russia. We've had very good talks, as you know, with Ukraine. Yes, sir.
Mr. President, does the Prime Minister have to choose a closer relationship with the EU as he is seeking and a good trade relationship with you? Which one should he go for?
Well, I think we have just a great relationship. We actually had a good relationship before. We've met a couple of times, and I'm very impressed with him. I'm very impressed with his wife, I must say. She's a beautiful, great woman. And I said you're very lucky. He's very lucky. And we've had a very good relationship.
Are you worried about Britain potentially undoing some of the benefits of Brexit by seeking a closer tie with the EU, who you said was set up to screw the
I don't worry about that.
States?
I thought, frankly, what they did was the right thing at the time, and I think that'll probably prove out over the centuries. You have a long time to go. I think I predicted that was going to happen, and it did happen, and it'll work itself out. I think it's already worked itself out.
Yes. Mr. President, can I ask on Chagos, Mr. President? Keir Starmer has signed the deal to give away the Chagos Islands to Mauritius. Will you approve that deal?
Well, we're going to have some discussions about that very soon, and I have a feeling it's going to work out very well. They're talking about a very long-term, powerful lease, a very strong lease, about 140 years, actually. It's a long time. And I think we'll be inclined to go along with your country. Yeah, I think it's a little bit early. We have to be given the details, but it doesn't sound bad. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you obviously can do business with our Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. You said yesterday that the EU was constructed to screw the US when it comes to trade. What can our Prime Minister say to you to persuade you not to impose tariffs on the United Kingdom?
Yeah, did I use the word that you said, that bad word?
I think so.
Yeah. Well, I think that the EU, I've had problems with the EU because, and we're not talking about, we happen to have a great relationship with you, but we did have, and we do have problems with the EU because they've tariffed us. They do it in the form of a VAT tax, which is about 20%, and many other taxes. They sue our companies. They sued Apple, got $16 or $17 billion, which was, I think, totally a ridiculous decision. And they're suing Google for a lot of money. They're suing a lot of other companies, and we don't like the way they're treating our people now. We don't like the way they're treating our companies. They sell us cars. We don't sell them cars. They don't take our cars. They don't take much of our agriculture. And we have a deficit with them of about $350 billion. So I wouldn't say it's been such a great relationship personally, but other people did because it's politically correct to say that it's been good, but it hasn't been good. And we're going to change that. And we are going to have reciprocal tariffs. We're not going to have tariffs. We're going to have reciprocal. Whatever they charge us, we're going to charge them, which for many years, foolishly, I would have done that, but then all of a sudden we had COVID and we had other things to think about. So it took me a little while to get that on, but we had, in my first 4 years, we had the greatest economy in the history of, I think, the world, but certainly in the history of our country. I think we're going to have that again. But the EU was very, very tough on us from the standpoint of trade. Then you could take it a step further and go into NATO. And that was a very tough situation for us. I mean, that's been a very tough situation because we were paying a disproportionate share, and it wasn't good. So, as you know, they paid hundreds of billions of dollars after I got involved, and they evened it out a little bit, but not very much. And then if you look at the war, we're in for $300 billion plus, and they're in for $100 billion. They get their money back, and now we'll get our money back also. But under Biden, you wouldn't have done that. Biden did a terrible job, I have to say. I hate to say that about somebody that sat here just before me, but he did a terrible, terrible job. That war should have never happened, the war between Russia and Ukraine. Frankly, October 7th should have never happened. Israel, that should have never happened. What happened there should have never. Inflation should have never happened. Afghanistan should have never happened. The way they got out, not getting out, but the way they got out. So, but I can say that as far as we're here for a different reason, we're talking about a very different place, and this is some place that I have investments there. I own Turnberry, I own Aberdeen, and I own a great place called Doonbeg in Ireland. So, you know, I have a great warm spot for your country.
And our trade, obviously, is fair and balanced, and in fact, you've got a bit of a surplus, so we're in a different position there. And obviously, we've contributed hugely in relation to Ukraine, and taken together with Europe, there's about 50%
It'll
of what's
work,
gone
yeah.
in.
It'll work. It's going to work.
On a personal level, thank you. So does that mean there won't be any sanctions on the UK then?
Well, I have to take a look. I mean, we're going to have a good discussion today, and we have some very talented people on the other side, and we have some people that probably aren't as talented as them, but they're pretty good. Marco, what do you think? Our people are pretty good. And no, we're going to have a good discussion, and we'll be talking about that.
Mr. President, I just wanted to ask, Mr. Starmer, the Prime Minister has said that he believes that Vladimir Putin would be at risk of invading Ukraine again without a sufficient backstop. Do you think that Vladimir Putin would be likely to invade again in the event of a peace deal?
I don't think so. I think when we have it, it's going to be the deal. I don't think if I didn't win the election, I don't think we'd be even talking to Putin right now or anybody else. I think it would just, you know, I don't know if you're looking at the stats, but thousands of people are being killed a week, soldiers mostly, because the towns have been destroyed. But thousands of soldiers. This was a very bad week, by the way. I get the stats.
Terrible numbers.
And you're talking about a human life. Number one, I want to see that. And it doesn't involve American soldiers, but it's Russian and Ukrainian soldiers. And I think I'm speaking for both.
Yeah.
Number one, we want to see that stop. And number two, I want to stop paying the kind of money that we're talking about. You know, we're helping, and we're helping NATO, but we're helping a lot, more than anybody else by far, and I want that to stop also.
Mr. President,
Jeff, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. You talked about trade tariffs this morning on your social media site. Just a question about China. 10% tariffs has already been implemented on China. Are you planning to do
an additional 10 above the 10?
This will be an additional 10 above. And is there, from the talks with Canada and Mexico so far, are you not seeing the progress that you wanted in order to
I don't see it at all. No, not on drugs. We've done a great job. If you look at Tom Homan, he's been incredible, and Christie, they've done a great job in terms of the border. But the drugs continue to pour into our country, killing hundreds of thousands of people. We're losing substantially more than 100,000 people. I mean, dead. They're dead. The families are destroyed after that happens. So it's, you know, it's not just that. That's the ultimate. The families are absolutely destroyed. The drugs come in through Mexico. They come, a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them come from China. And that's why we did that. It's 10 plus 10. In
10
case,
plus 10
was there confusion on that?
There was, sir, yeah.
Okay, 10 plus 10. It's a second 10. And I think you're going to see, eventually you're going to see drugs stopping, because the country should not be allowing those drugs to come into the United States of America, and we're not going to allow it to happen. So that goes on the 4th of March. And then on the 2nd of April, we have reciprocal tariffs. That's reciprocal, where we charge countries what they're charging us. And nobody should have a problem with that. We have reciprocal. It's reciprocity. It's something that I think everybody I've spoken to said that's fair, and it is. If somebody charges us 25%, we charge them 25. If somebody charges us 10 or 15 or 30 or 70, we charge them an exact like amount. And it's pretty simple, but it's reciprocal tariffs, because the United States has been taken advantage of by many, many different countries, including our friends, friend and foe. And in many cases, our friends took bigger advantage of. And when you talk about the EU, we're talking about the EU. The EU has been really very bad to us in terms of trade. And I'm a different kind of a president. I can't let that happen. Thank you. Yeah, please, ma'am, go ahead.
Mr. President, what would you be willing to do if Vladimir Putin did not stick to the terms of any deal on Ukraine?
If he not what?
If he did not stick to the terms of any deal on Ukraine, because he has a history of not sticking to his word when it comes to international agreements.
I think he'll keep his word. I think I've spoken to him. I've known him for a long time now. You know, I've known him. We had to go through the Russian hoax together. That was not a good thing. It's not fair. That was a rigged deal, and had nothing to do with Russia. It was a rigged deal with inside the country, and they had to put up with that too. They put up with a lot. It wasn't just us. They had to put up with it, with a phony story that was made up. I've known him for a long time now, and I think he will. I don't believe he's going to violate his word. I don't think he'll be back when we make a deal. I think the deal's going to hold. Now, they're going to have security. You're going to have security. Yep. You're going to have soldiers. I know France wants to be there. The president has said he wants to have soldiers there. I don't think we're going to even be necessary, but I don't think there'll be any problem with keeping the deal with the security.
We're going to discuss that.
You want to say something?
No, I was just going to say, I mean, the deal, if we get it, is going to be hugely important. I don't think it would have happened if the space hadn't been created for it by yourself. But if there's a deal in, we've got to make sure it's a deal that lasts, that is not temporary, but lasts, and that's why we need to make sure that it's secure, and we've lent in and said we'll play our part, and we've talked and we will talk about how we work with yourself, Mr. President, to ensure that this deal is something which is not violated, because it's very important that if there is a deal, we keep it.
And that will be, and I think I could say that will be the easy part. That's the part we look forward to, because putting security there, that's the part we all look forward to. That's easy. The difficult part is getting the deal made. So, but I think we've come a long way. Did you have something?
Yeah, on a personal level.
He's got such a nice face.
Oh.
He's smiling. But watch, he'll ask a total killer question. Those are the
I've known him a long time.
They're the ones that get you. No, he looks like a nice guy.
On a personal level, Mr. President, what do you get on most? What's your common ground with Sir Keir Starmer? Because you're both from different political backgrounds.
It's true. I think I can say this because we've known each other now really for a little while. This is not our first meeting, as you know. He loves his country, and so do I. That's our common theme. He loves his country, and I love our country. And we also have two countries that have gotten along for the longest period of time. Right? Number one ally on each side. And we have good. France and Australia, we have a lot of good ones. But we've had a long-time relationship, a long time, hundreds of years. And we like each other, frankly, and we like each other's country, and we love our country. And I think that's our common thread. Okay?
Mr. President,
the Europeans. Yeah, please.
On tariffs, you just said with China.
Who are you with?
I'm with The Independent.
Oh, that's good.
It's on tariffs. You just said with China. Thank you. We charge them. We charge them as in we charge China. But the tariffs are paid eventually by American importers and consumers.
No, they're not. No, I think they're paid for by the country. But, you know, look, we can get into that. I put a lot of tariffs on in my first term, and we made tremendous amounts of progress because of those tariffs. China paid us hundreds of billions of dollars, billions. We never had because they took advantage. And President Xi's a friend of mine, but he knows better than anybody took advantage of our country. He took advantage of presidents that didn't know what they were doing. And they expect them. They actually expect them. The smart countries expect them from me because they know me and they know our country. But they got away with murder for decades, and we just can't let that happen anymore. Behind you, please.
That's very kind, Mr. President. It sounds as though one of you completely trusts President Putin and one who doesn't trust him an inch. Have I got that right? And why do you trust him?
Look, you know, it's trust and verify. Let's call it that. And I think we both can be that way. You have to verify because you never know what's going to happen. I know a lot of people that you would say no chance that they would ever deceive you, and they're the worst people in the world. I know others that you would guarantee they would deceive you, and you know what? They're 100% honorable. So you never know what you're getting. No, I have confidence that if we make a deal, it's going to hold.
Mr. President, on fentanyl, Mr. President, less than 1% of all fentanyl that comes into the U.S. is apprehended at the Canadian border. So why use fentanyl as a reason
because they should be apprehending much more. They're only apprehending 1%. You're right about that. It's a little more than that. But they should be apprehending much more because a lot comes through Canada. And as Mexico gets stronger in terms of the border, it goes up to Canada. And a lot of drugs are coming in through Canada. We can't have that.
Mr. President,
yeah, go ahead, please, in the back.
Is there anything you can say tomorrow to President Zelensky to reassure him that his country's war hasn't been in vain and its sovereignty is not going to be threatened by any deal with Russia?
Well, you know, he's coming. Perhaps he's already on his way. And we're going to be signing the deal together, probably in front of the media. And we're going to be having a good conversation. No, we want to work with him. President Zelensky, she said before. We want to work with him, and we will work with him. I think the president and I actually have had a very good relationship. It maybe got a little bit testy because we wanted to have a little bit of what the European nations had. You know, they get their money back by giving money. We don't get the money back. Biden made a deal. He put in $350 billion. And I thought it was a very unfair situation.
We're not getting all of ours. I mean, quite a bit of ours was gifted. It was given. There were some loans, but mainly it was gifted, actually.
Mr. President, the Europeans want Ukraine to be part of NATO as part of this deal. Are you willing to budge on that at all, or is it a firm?
Well, I could be very nice and say, oh, well, we'll work to it. Look, it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. That's what started this whole thing. Biden said that, and all of a sudden the guns started. That was one of the primary reasons this started. And this was long before President Putin. They never said it was an impossibility. So we can say, oh, gee, well, we'll try. But that's something that's just not going to happen. And then the other question they ask is about the land. Will you get your land back? Well, they've fought long and hard on the land, and you and I will be discussing that. And we're going to certainly try and get as much as we can back. But on the NATO, it's just not, that's not going to happen. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you talked about having common ground with Keir Starmer, but there are things you disagree on as well. You described Zelensky as a dictator. He describes President Putin as a dictator. Do you see that as a problem?
The relationship between President Zelensky and President Putin is not a good one. You've noticed, right? It's not a good one. It's not a good relationship. And we're going to have to try and work something out. Sometimes that happens. I get along with both. I have a very good relationship with President Putin. I think I have a very good relationship with President Zelensky. And now we're doing the deal, and we're going to be in there. We're going to be actually in there, and digging our hearts out. And hopefully, we need the rare earth, and we have some here, but we don't have enough. Our economy is very strong, and we need a lot of things that, in some cases, we don't have here. So I think we're going to have a very good relationship, but the relationship between them is not the best.
Mr. President, do you still think that Mr. Zelensky is a dictator?
Did I say that? I can't believe I said that. Next question.
So, will you be discussing AUKUS, sir?
Yeah, please, go ahead,
Yeah,
sir.
George Parker from the Financial Times. Can you see any situation where US forces could be deployed as a backstop in a peacekeeping operation, direct confrontation with Russian forces?
Well, there is a backstop thing. First you can have European countries because they're right there. We're very far away. We have an ocean between us. But we want to make sure it works. So I don't know when you say backstop. You mean a backstop psychologically or militarily or what? But we are a backstop because we'll be over there. We'll be working in the country. We're going to be. That's a great thing economically for them because, when you talk about economic development, we're going to have a lot of people over there. So we'll be working in the country. So I just don't think you're going to have a problem. I think when we have an agreement. You can say whatever you want about security, who's going to do it or all, and that's going to be a very pleasant conversation. The hard conversation is, will we have an agreement? And I think the answer is yes. I think Russia will agree, and I think that I really believe Ukraine will agree also.
So will you discuss AUKUS as well?
Just to follow up on that, if British troops are in Ukraine keeping the peace and get attacked by Russia, will you come to their aid?
If the British people are in Ukraine and they get attacked,
If British soldiers in Ukraine.
I've always found about the British, they don't need much help. They can take care of themselves very well. You know what? No, it sounds like it's evasive, but it's not evasive. The British have been incredible soldiers, incredible military, and they can take care of themselves. But if they need help, I'll always be with the British, okay? I'll always be with them. But they don't need help. You look at their career. You have done very well over the years, haven't you?
We have. I'm very proud of our country. And but we've also always been there backing each other up between our two countries. That is why this is the greatest alliance for prosperity and security I think the world has ever seen. Whenever necessary, we've absolutely backed each other up, and that's at the
Could
core
you take on Russia by yourselves?
Well,
all right, one or two more. Yes, ma'am.
In his remarks at the Munich Security Conference, Vice President Vance condemned free speech violations in the UK, particularly. Could you respond? What is your message?
I have an idea. We have the man right here. Come on. Let's go, JD. We're putting you on stage.
Great. Look, I said what I said, which is that we do have, of course, a special relationship with our friends in the UK and also with some of our European allies. But we also know that there have been infringements on free speech that actually affect not just the British. Of course, what the British do in their own country is up to them, but also affect American technology companies and, by extension, American citizens. So that is something that we'll talk about today at lunch.
We've had free speech for a very, very long time in the United Kingdom, and it will last for a very, very long time. Well, no, I mean, certainly we wouldn't want to reach across US citizens, and we don't, and that's absolutely right. But in relation to free speech in the UK, I'm very proud of our history there.
Will you discuss AUKUS, sir? Will you be discussing AUKUS with the Australians and the Brits? Will you be discussing AUKUS with the Prime Minister, sir?
What does that mean?
AUKUS, the Australia-US Defence Alliance.
Yeah, well, we'll be discussing that. We've had another great relationship, and you have too, with Australia.
Yeah.
We've had a very good relationship with Australia, please.
Mr. President, while we have the Vice President here, are you both disappointed that the AfD didn't come first in the German elections, given your previous support for them?
No, whatever happens with Germany, look, the relationship has been very strong with Germany, but we'll have to see what happens. They have a lot of things going on right now. We'll have to see. No, I'm not disappointed about anything. If anything, you would say that the group that we would be most opposed to lost, and but we got along with them also. We have a very good relationship with all groups in Germany.
Mr. President, former Blackwater CEO Eric Prince was on our channel News Nation. He was talking about his proposal to use private forces to assist in deportations. Have you read that proposal, and do you support it?
No, I haven't seen it. I don't think it's necessary. Our people are doing a phenomenal job. I wouldn't be opposed to it necessarily, but I'd go to our military people, and I'd go to Tom Homan and Christie. I'd go to the various and ask, but I don't see it as being. We're doing unbelievably in getting people out, getting criminals out, people that should have never been here, that the Biden administration with their stupid open borders should have never allowed. They came in from prisons and jails and mental institutions, and gang members and drug dealers coming into our country like this. We're getting them out, and we're doing really well. I mean, the level of effectiveness has been incredible. Everybody's talking about it. How about one more?
Mr. President,
Well, not, you've asked.
Mr. President, one on the Middle East.
Go ahead. You look so nice. Here we go. Here's the kill.
Mr. President, are there areas specifically of Ukraine that you're talking about in giving back, specifically Crimea? Have you gotten to those deals yet on such an agreement?
Well, you mean the areas that were taken?
Yeah.
There are a lot of areas that were taken. Yeah, we've talked about it. A lot of the sea line has been taken. And we'll be talking about that, and we're going to see if we can get it back, or get a lot of it back for Ukraine, if that's possible. We'll be seeing about that, okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you very much.
Chris.
Appreciate it.
We're heading out.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
He's answered 1,009
Thanks,
questions
guys.
the first 30 days. Number 2 is Obama, 180. In the first 30 days.
He didn't do well.
And there's the playback from the Oval Office with President Trump and, of course, the UK Prime Minister and his team as they're enjoying lunch right now, and will be going to the East Room for a press conference momentarily. So something exciting to wait for there. Vice President J.D. Vance put on the spot there about his international comments, and he said, look, I said what I said. We believe in free speech here, and the UK will end up making those decisions for themselves when it comes to freedom of speech, but it does affect American companies and American interests and also American citizens. We do know that the mayor of London, in fact, had threatened to arrest American citizens and influencers online for their opinions. So an interesting time for the UK, very diplomatic, a lovely invitation by His Majesty King Charles for President Trump and Mrs. Trump, our wonderful First Lady, to attend a state dinner in honor of the United States and the UK and our great friendship that's lasted now centuries, and great partners, especially since after World War II. President Trump interested in attending that. So we'll be staying on that at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. That might be his first international trip, as he's had so many world leaders coming to the White House to see him, and what no better way to do that than at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Thank you to our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live, Colonial Metals Group. If you scan that QR code now, you can shield your savings and be like Warren Buffett. Make sure you put your money into gold, silver, tangible metals that have stood the test of time. Scan that QR code now for your free 2025 gold guide, supported by many great patriots that are household names, including Judge Jeanine Pirro and Larry Kudlow, who, is really responsible for tax reform, especially during the first term. But yes, shield your savings now. That's a smart thing to do as you look towards your financial future. I mean, gold has gone up 7,000% since 1971 and up until last year. It's never gone down. That's because the Nixon administration turned away from the gold standard and went to the petrodollar when trading with Saudi Arabia. A very controversial decision at that time, remains a controversial decision. So a great way to hedge your bet against inflation. Scan that QR code now. Look at the options for you and your family, for your retirement, or those big moments in your life like sending a kid to college. Colonial Metals Group, a great group to visit here. Thank you to Paul Stone, the wonderful CEO and company, for supporting us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. you might be curious as what is the difference between the United Kingdom, Great Britain, all these names that really encompass those traditionally Germanic tribes that make up the northwest area of Europe. I'll go through that real quick. So the UK in and of itself is 4 separate countries united under one kingdom. So that's England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland, the 6 counties that are on the Irish island, but commune with the UK. Of course, there's many reasons for that split over the centuries. Historically, the Reformation, also Catholic versus Protestant differences that have really kind of seemed to quiet down over the last several decades. We know that that's been an issue in the past, but if you go on over there, you might get a different response as to why things have changed over time. So it's an interesting history, especially when you visit the Republic of Ireland, separate, of course, from the UK. If you're talking Great Britain itself, that includes Scotland, England, and Wales, whereas Northern Ireland itself is separate. So if that makes sense, might be easier geographically speaking with a map, but the United Kingdom making up those 4 great nations. As we talked about here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live, there's interesting things happening domestically within the United Kingdom. The Scottish Freedom Movement has gotten some legs and wind at its back ever since 10 years ago. There was a referendum that was shot down to move Scotland away from the United Kingdom. And that has seemed to pick up some momentum as well. And there is the Irish, some groups there wanting to reunify the 36 counties of Ireland into one republic once again. So we'll keep an eye and tabs on that because that really affects geopolitical movements really throughout the entire region. The North Atlantic waters are patrolled by not only the United States and the UK, as the UK has many of its bases in Scotland, but also the Russian and Chinese navies. So another reason why Greenland would be a huge asset to obtain for the safety of the North Atlantic. But President Trump, meeting with the UK Prime Minister, that is Starmer there, who is very ideologically different than President Trump is, someone who is very, very far to the left, who has cracked down on speech rights, and really someone who has been an advocate for open borders. So they had a wonderful Oval Office meeting, and we'll see this continued bilateral meeting today at the White House to see what they will address with national security, international threats, and how to move forward as allies, people that have traditionally been able to break bread with one another. And of course, J.D. Vance, our vice president, asked about his international trip to Paris, France for the AI summit, and then being in Munich, Germany, where he addressed speech issues throughout Europe and the fact that he suggested, listen to your citizens. Do not be afraid of your residents when they vote for change. Listen to the mandates that they've wanted to enact. And that made for an interesting moment between him and the UK Prime Minister. Of course, very diplomatic, and something that President Trump has really included in these round tables, whether it be in the office or Oval Office or in the East Room. During these bilateral meetings, he has the Vice President present. He also has Secretary of State Marco Rubio, as well as other cabinet officials who have dealt with these issues. And one of the hot topics right now, the visit by Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky that will happen tomorrow at the White House as well. We do know in the last administration and with previous prime ministers, they failed to end the Ukrainian-Russian conflict, now at a 3-year standstill. It's currently in a stalemate, and everyone looking to end this for peace and prosperity, but different demands, different requests by each side. And President Trump mentioning to the press that if you haven't noticed, Putin and Zelensky don't have the best of relationship. But fortunately, President Trump has a great relationship with Vladimir Putin and Vladimir Zelensky. And that's good to have, regardless of the background, whether or not they're dictators, however they are running their countries. In my opinion, Putin and Zelensky in their own right, totalitarian in different ways, but it's good that President Trump has a positive relationship so he can dialogue with them and make sure the killing stops. You know, as questioned before, he's not on anyone's side with this. He just wants the killing to stop. Over 1.5 million people dead, mostly military, but civilian casualties since the Russian invasion of Ukraine 3 years ago. Thank you to our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live, mypillow.com/RSBN. Mr. Mike Lindell, a good friend of the network, his mega sale going on. You know, 30% off of the My Cross that he wears. How about those My Towels going for $29.98 for a 6-pack, and the flannel sheets $44.98. Why don't you give them a call today? 800-836-7566, mypillow.com/RSBN for up to 80% off. And what a great company. I like to get my day started with the wonderful products that Mr. Mike Lindell has from the My Pillows. I have those Giza sheets as well. I enjoy the My Coffee, a great blend of fair trade coffee coming from South America. And then you also have the My Slippers that Mr. Matthew Alvarez enjoys and sometimes wears on set. So mypillow.com/RSBN, over 2,000 products for you right there, up to 80% off. Take advantage of the mega sale. And it was great seeing Mike Lindell at CPAC, and we will see what's in store for his future. Yesterday, Tim Walz mentioning that he will not be seeking a United States Senate run with that seat being vacated in 2026, but rather exploring running for a third term up in Minnesota. Of course, it's the home state of Mike Lindell, and what a great candidate he would be potentially for the governor's office up north. But if you're just joining us now, it is 13 minutes after the hour, 2:13 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. A live shot there of the White House where President Trump is meeting with the UK Prime Minister and his team regarding everything dealing with Russia, Ukraine, and diplomacy in the Western world, moving forward, these two great allies who have stood the test of time and Western democracy. Big differences between these two leaders, but we'll see what is hashed out over lunch and what will be presented to us in the East Room upcoming with a press conference. Well, thank you for joining us today. I'm Robert McNeely. Get all of your America First updates, exclusive offers right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. Just go to rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. And you'll get all the up-to-date writings from, we have a great team of writers here at the network, by the way, not just our broadcast team, but really look at the different articles we put out there so you could be up to date on everything going on inside and outside of the Beltway. And then also you get those updates if you like, share, and subscribe on your favorite social media, whether that's X or Facebook, Instagram, True Social. Of course, they've launched with their media. Great news coming out of that awesome organization where you can watch so many new media outlets, but especially the best one right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. We are on the right side of history, and we thank you for tuning in and for all of your support. Yesterday, President Trump having his first meeting with the cabinet. They got together, and that was a wonderful 90-minute exchange with reporters right there in the West Wing in the cabinet room, and Elon Musk was there at hand giving updates on Doge and everything they are doing to streamline the size and scope of the federal government. And, there were issues with some situations regarding the CDC. They solved those as well. So Elon Musk really showcasing how good he truly is as a businessman, as a CEO, someone who can really go through there and mentioning, quite simply, President Trump is the commander-in-chief. I will do what he says in order to save the American Republic, because Elon said in that meeting, we cannot continue on this bankruptcy trail. We'll be in very, very big trouble. And also Howard Lutnick, the Secretary of the Commerce Department, mentioning that the EB-5 visas and the Trump Gold Card, something that they will be instituting in the near future to purchase different green cards and visas in order to do business in the United States, could bring in potentially $50 trillion to the United States. So if this is fully enacted, think about this. We're roughly $36 trillion in debt. There's only been one president who was able to scale back the size and scope of the national debt. And that was Andrew Jackson way back when. You're talking about someone, the 7th president of the United States, the only one who was truly able to balance the federal deficit. So we had others, including Bill Clinton, and with the leadership of Speaker Newt Gingrich, able to get a green federal budget and bring spending under control. But no one since has been able to literally get rid of the national deficit. And that was back in the billions in the 19th century under Andrew Jackson. So think about that for a moment as President Trump recognizes the difficulties and the scary situation that the United States is in to have all this interest on the debt, as Elon pointed out yesterday. And President Trump really highlighting how impressed he is with his cabinet, although, some of them have only been there for 2 or 3 days, just facing recent confirmation. But speaking of confirmations, the United States Senate confirming 20 of President Trump's appointees. So you have a 20-0 record within the United States Senate, sure to bring a positive feedback and good things for his legislative agenda as he moves forward in this second term, in the first session of the 119th Congress. We are awaiting the White House press conference with President Trump and UK Prime Minister Starmer as they are enjoying lunch at the moment and speaking on really a number of key issues facing both great nations, the United Kingdom and the United States. Once enemies, once a nation born out of separating from the colonies that were Great Britain's at one point, but now us becoming teams as friends across the pond, working to shower democracy and freedom and peace throughout the world, but doing it in a peaceful and patriotic manner. So we await those upcoming events and statements from both leaders in the East Room, where President Trump has leaders to the White House since he took that oath of office on January 20th of this year, and I'm sure more good things to come. We now know His Majesty King Charles has invited President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump to enjoy a state dinner in the United Kingdom forthcoming. So President Trump has accepted that invitation, and that was offered over via letter by His Majesty through the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Starmer. So we look forward to what's sure to be a star-studded event across the pond. And of course, there you see on the split screen the White House, and that's the North Portico. But on the other side there, that's the Marine who stands outside of the entrance to the West Wing, which is really something to see. So make sure you take advantage of the great White House tours, and you can visit that by going to whitehouse.gov/tours. Get the first floor of the residence and also an opportunity to see the West Wing when President Trump is not there, but you might actually get a surprise by him. He surprised that first group just 2 days ago when they reopened those tours. Thank you to our sponsors at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live, RepublicanRed.com. One of our favorites here. They are truly an iconic brand, a generational, family-owned winery. Republican Red is truly America's winery. These bold wines let others know where you stand, inspire important conversations, maybe with family members who don't agree. And with over 50,000 delighted customers, Republican Red Winery has earned a sterling reputation for its exceptional quality and outstanding customer service. Go to RepublicanRed.com to support this generational, family-run business dedicated to producing 100% of American-made wines. And to celebrate the golden age, we're offering you an exclusive discount. At purchase, you will get a $5 off your entire order. So use offer code RSBN at checkout, and you'll get that additional $5 off to go to RepublicanRed.com, select your favorite wines, and ship directly to your doorstep. That's RepublicanRed.com, RepublicanRed.com, code RSBN for that additional $5 off. Thank you to our sponsors at RepublicanRed.com from the Central Coast of California. If you're just joining us now, we're at 2:21 on the East Coast, still the morning in California, good morning if you're just tuning in on the West Coast. We are awaiting the White House press conference with President Trump and UK Prime Minister Starmer. I'm Robert McNeely. It's a pleasure to join you today as we're bringing you unbridled access to the White House and also the 119th Congress inside and outside of the Beltway. President Trump now has 20 of his appointees to the United States Senate confirmed, ready to go in office and hitting the ground running in an extensive fashion. And we are still awaiting a couple of confirmations. As I look over my list here, we have Linda McMahon, who is still awaiting confirmation from the United States Senate, as well as former United States Representative Lori Chavez DeRemer for Secretary of Labor. And she's a really interesting one because she's more of a moderate Republican who has big labor ties, and that will be extraordinarily good to bring labor to the table. If you can remember, during the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee back in July of last year, the Teamsters International had not addressed the convention in nearly 121 years, and they had their president, Sean O'Brien, saying that he would not endorse from the podium, but that President Trump has brought labor unions to the table, the first time in a long time. And Sean was very forthcoming, just saying that the former vice president did not offer that olive branch, nor did she want to meet unless it really was on her own terms. And we saw that throughout the campaign. I mean, someone who avoided Joe Rogan, someone who would have to rebuild sets on her own turf, and it cost her campaign millions and millions of dollars, or bringing in celebrities that promised to perform for the audience and then were just getting a paycheck and then ended up not performing. Cough, cough, Beyonce. I mean, that was what a joke when you look at President Trump and his team that he brought together. I think about patriots like Hulk Hogan. How about the legend Brett Favre of Green Bay, Wisconsin? That was one of my favorite rallies personally, where President Trump brought together not only a great Green Bay legend, but also the big garbage truck, if you remember that, with everyone wearing their vests and their garbage bags going in to vote, when he came out there saying, I look really good in this vest. I think I'm going to keep this on. Do you mind? And that was rather an entertaining experience after former President Joe Biden called all of these MAGA supporters pieces of garbage. I mean, just unbelievable. Harkens back to the deplorable comments from Hillary Clinton. But we don't have to worry about that so much anymore. Although there was one promise made and promise kept by the former vice president. She might be jumping into the race for California governor. And as Katie Zachariah from the last hour mentioned, oh my goodness, we might have to get the MAGA superstars to run against her, people like Rick Grinnell. So we'll keep you posted of what's going on in politics on the Golden Coast. But in the meantime, we await a White House press conference with President Trump and the UK Prime Minister in moments. So President Trump now has 20 of his appointees confirmed by the United States Senate. This will undoubtedly bring him many options for a legislative agenda to further many different goals President Trump has on the table. He highlighted several of those from the cabinet meeting just yesterday. And if you did not catch that, it was aired here in full coverage on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And, highlighting many of the different issues facing the cabinet right now and the federal government, especially the spending issues that are taking place in this government. $36 trillion in debt. Elon Musk wanting to hit this with laser focus. We heard from Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, as well, saying that if we get these EB-5s to be purchased and paid for green cards and Trump gold cards, we could solve this national debt crisis rather quickly, actually. So President Trump saying that in the meantime, in the next year or two, or even beforehand, we could actually have a balanced budget amendment going through Congress and going through the budget as a whole. So something to keep up on and watch. But thank you to Our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live, Tax Network USA Incorporated, tnusa.com/RSBN. Settle your back taxes now and protect yourself from the IRS. We know that roughly 88,000 new IRS agents came into being from the Biden administration, and now they are holdovers here in the federal government. So settle those back taxes now. Visit tnusa.com/RSBN or call 800-357-1415. That is 800-357-1415. tnusa.com/RSBN. A great way to solve those tax problems before April 15th, and that's roughly 6 weeks away now. So good to stay on top of all of these issues so you don't have to run into any IRS problems. And our patriot friends at Tax Network USA Incorporated believe in the same things we believe in. So highly recommend to give them a call today, 800-357-1415, or visit tnusa.com/RSBN. And we are nearing 2:30 here on the East Coast, and that White House, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, awaiting a press conference between President Trump and the UK Prime Minister. Tomorrow, the Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky will be visiting the White House and potentially signing an agreement with President Trump regarding minerals and the vast resources needed by the United States, as well as a potential peace agreement. This has been a complicated situation. We've seen Secretary of State Marco Rubio and National Security Advisor Michael Waltz in Saudi Arabia discussing that peace recently with the Russian counterparts, as well as the Saudi Arabian government. President Trump saying that this is an issue to be discussed with the UK as well today over lunch. And of course, Vice President Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and other cabinet officials there in attendance. This really is probably the hallmark issue for the Western world right now. President Trump adding that the European Union was created to screw over the United States, but he's now president. He has his eyes watching this issue. And sometimes you have that in foreign diplomatic policy where you into involved with the Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network Live as we await White House press conference with President Trump and the UK Prime Minister Starmer, who are enjoying lunch at this hour. Some updates from the White House regarding the Trump administration stopping the lower standards for police and firefighters. President Trump has declared an end to lower standards in the name of the discriminatory DEI initiative. So that's diversity, equity, and inclusion, which really does not include people. And the Trump administration continues to make good on that commitment with this divisive, race-based, and quite frankly, obsessed movement that we've seen throughout the federal government in hiring practices. So yesterday, Attorney General Pam Bondi has announced that the DOJ dismissed several Biden-era lawsuits against police and fire departments who used race-neutral mechanisms and tests and in the physical examinations, aptitude tests, credit scores, things of that nature in their hiring processes. So the dismissed case of United States versus Durham in North Carolina, that is gone. The United States versus the Maryland State Police, that has been dismissed. United States versus Cobb County in Georgia, dismissed. And finally, the United States versus South Bend in Indiana, the home of Notre Dame University. So big developments there for the White House, specifically the Department of Justice, really giving back to meritocracy and focusing on hiring people who are worthy of police and fire departments to put safety above the racially divisive DEI practices. Also, on a lighter note, First Lady Melania Trump announcing the 2025 White House Easter egg roll, and that will be on April 21st. 2025, so the day after the Easter Resurrection Sunday, the Easter Monday, on the South Lawn of the White House, families with children 13 years old and younger are invited to join the President, the First Lady, White House staff, and their families for a day of festivities. The White House Easter egg roll is truly a timeless tradition. This will be the 147th celebration of this, dating back to 1878 during the presidency of Rutherford B. Hayes. The President and the First Lady look forward to continuing this entertaining tradition and making it truly memorable for all on the premises of the White House. So that will be very exciting. And there will be some volunteer opportunities as well. And if you'd like to do that, you may submit by the deadline of Wednesday, March 19th. So April 21st, 2025, the 147th Easter egg roll. We'd like to thank our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. Brightcore, made in the USA, Kimchi One. It's best new product out there for gut health, immune support, anti-aging properties. Why don't you give them a call today, 888-722-0936. Buy two, get one free. Visit mybrightcore.com/RSBN. It's 888-722-0936. Receive up to 50% off Brightcore, made in the USA, Kimchi One. This is a wonderful product to start with all that gut health, from prebiotics, probiotics. All of this goes up and really affects your brain later on in your day. So whether you want a productive day at work or just be more present to spend time with family and friends, Kimchi One from Brightcore should be your go-to. Made in the USA. Buy yours now. Two, get one free. So, I mean, that's a great deal. mybrightcore.com/RSBN. Give them a call today over at 888-722-0936. Thank you for sponsoring us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. And there's a split screen of the White House as we await President Trump with UK's Prime Minister Starmer. So two gentlemen who are ideologically quite different, but recognize the great tradition and the friendship that we've had across the pond, nearly lasting 2 centuries now. At first, we weren't the best of friends as we left the UK on the principles of liberty and the foundations of life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, our founding documents, which said that everyone has inherent dignity and these inalienable rights that come straight from God, not from government. And we stood up to an empire that dominated not only the Western world, but the entire world. And it was a group of militiamen really farmers with pitchforks, as General Cornwallis once aptly named it, who took down the most incredible navy at the time in the 18th century and did it again in the War of 1812. So something that is just phenomenal to really reflect on. This American experiment, nearly 250 years young now, that has stood the test of time and has survived countless different kinds of attacks. And it really harkens back to what the late, great Abraham Lincoln once said, that if the United States were ever to be destroyed, it would be from within. And we're seeing it now from communist movements to DEI to the far left progressive cancer that is this woke agenda, now melting away under the presence of President Donald J. Trump and his extraordinary cabinet, which now is only in need of two more members, the Secretary of Labor, three more members, Secretary of Labor, Secretary of Education, and of course, a UN ambassador to be appointed. And that will be, God willing, Elise Stefanik, who was there in the cabinet meeting yesterday. And she's been an outstanding young leader in Congress, and I'm sure will be a stalwart at the mission to the United Nations, standing for Western democracy and liberty, not only in our country, but throughout the world. So we're excited to see that. As you know, Elon Musk, if you caught CPAC, he took the chainsaw to government spending, of course, handed over to him by our friend, the president of Argentina, Javier Milei, who's focused in his own right of making Argentina great again, another kind of MAGA. But a great friend to have in the Southern Hemisphere as we look to do just that here in the United States, an America First policy that is making a difference of peace through strength. And the focus this week, perhaps more than any other, is peace and stability, not only in Russia, but for the Ukrainian people. Those who have suffered are really those independent citizens and residents of both great nations. These are incredible cultures and surrounded by other great cultures, including Belarus and Poland as well. And these countries don't want this anymore. This terrible stalemate that's taken place with over 1.5 million people dying in the last 3 years. And President Trump is right in saying that this would have never happened if he was still president, if it was on his watch, because under Bush, under Obama, and under Biden, Vladimir Putin moved in on former Russian territories, whether that was dating back to Peter the Great and the Kingdom of Russia and the Tsars historically, or whether it was under communist Russia and the USSR with former Soviet republics. He's moved in now on Crimea, on Ukraine, on these ports that have been essential to trade for Russia along the Black Sea. And now we will see how these deliberations will take place. We've had Secretary of State Marco Rubio, National Security Advisor Michael Waltz, and others, including Steve Witkoff, the special envoy, who have met in Saudi Arabia discussing these issues with counterparts from Russia. And tomorrow, Vladimir Zelensky, the leader of Ukraine, meeting with President Trump to discuss these very pressing and important issues to benefit the global world, really on a matter of issues, including security and trade, and hopefully an end to this conflict. Both Putin and Zelensky have been very focused on ending that as well after 3 years. Thank you to our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. FreeTrumpBook.com. This is a great way to get those tiny little patriots in your home interested in history and civics. And the Kids Guide to President Trump. How about the Kids Guide to the Courage of President Trump? Answering those important questions that have taken place over the last decade. Why did President Trump run for office? What are his accomplishments? What is the team he has assembled around him? What are their backgrounds, and how can I make a difference in every precinct, county, and neighborhood, one step at a time? FreeTrumpBook.com. Get your new bundle. And did I mention it's all on the house? It's all free. Just have to pay for shipping and handling. Get those kids' guides to President Trump and the courage of President Trump, along with a free ornament. So way ahead on your Christmas shopping by the end of February here. FreeTrumpBook.com with the great Mike Huckabee, the new ambassador to Israel, as well as the former governor of Arkansas, and his successor and wonderful daughter, the former White House press secretary, now governor of Arkansas. That is Sarah Huckabee Sanders as well. That wonderful team bringing you all of this here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. FreeTrumpBook.com, FreeTrumpBook.com. Get that for the young patriots in your life, or those neighbors who might just have their heads in the sand and are not paying too close attention to current affairs going on around the world. So thank you for your sponsorship here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. And a programming note as we watch outside live of the West Wing entrance with the Marine on guard there as proceeds keep going on between this lunch meeting with the President and the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. We are your live desk and your go-to here in 2025 for all access to President Trump, the things that are going on in Washington, D.C. and outside the Beltway as well. So whether that is, a story in your neck of the woods or whether that's breaking news from our nation's capital, join us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. And what's the best way to do that? Well, go to your favorite social media network that you're probably watching from now. Like, share, and subscribe, whether that's on X or on YouTube, Rumble. There's True Social. We're up on Instagram as well. We're just all over the place. So please keep subscribing, liking, sharing all of the broadcasts. And thank you for tuning in with us. It is a joy to be with you as it's 2:47 p.m. Eastern in our nation's capital. That is 11:47 out west. I'm Robert McNeely, and we are keeping tabs on everything going on with this White House, now roughly 40 days into the new administration, an administration that has moved arguably faster than anyone else, especially in recent memory, and especially compared to President Trump's predecessor, Sleepy Joe Biden. And he asked that question at CPAC during his speech just days ago. Do you want it to be Sleepy Joe Biden or do you want it to be Crooked Joe Biden? Seemed as if Sleepy kind of won the day for that. Of course, those opinions varied from different organizations and different rallies over the course of last year. So it was nice to see President Trump at National Harbor, Maryland at the Gaylord Resort. And if you did not make it to CPAC this year, March of next year, it will be in the Lone Star State of Texas in the Grapevine, Dallas area, also a Gaylord property. And a friend of mine shared some pictures of a conference going on there right now, and it looks just extraordinary. So if you have not been to a Gaylord property, so much fun. You literally don't have to leave the property for food and drink and networking, and they do an exceptional job of really making everyone comfortable for their stay. But March should be beautiful temperature-wise for everyone in the Lone Star State throughout North Texas. So we look forward to being at that live there with you at Right Side Broadcasting Network, which I'm sure will be another star-studded event and the premier conference in the conservative movement, CPAC. Always a wonderful time to attend that and break bread with the many contacts and friends and family members that we enjoyed our time there with just 1 week ago. And that's really what it's like. I mean, it's been an amazing time for me personally throughout my career, going to these different events and these conferences. CPAC for me is, relationships that have been there for 10 years, 15 years, going back in my own career. So it's always wonderful to see where everyone's, where they're working, what they're working on, and everywhere they've been throughout the movement. So thank you again to Matt and Mercedes Schlapp for hosting just an extraordinary conference year in and year out. And we look forward to that next year in March of 2026. But right now we are awaiting the live shot outside of the West Wing here at the White House. President Trump is enjoying lunch with UK's Prime Minister as they talk many different topics, including the freedom of speech, something that the United Kingdom has really changed on. You think back to the 13th century and Magna Carta and those individual rights that really in so many ways inspired our own nation as we broke away from Great Britain in the 18th century to be an independently governed nation, a constitutional republic, that certain inalienable rights of life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness were to be adhered to because they are of God, they are from God, not the government. And our founding fathers making that picture perfect clear. And you think back to their times, to what we're experiencing now here in the United States of this woke progressive cancer known as the far left movement. However you want to categorize it, as a deep state, as a globalist movement, it sure is suffering as its last screams into the night are ending, because President Trump and his team have been working around the clock to make America healthy again, make America safe again, make America strong again, and ultimately make America great again, because at the end of the day, it's all about common sense. It's traditional conservative Republicans and liberal Democrats who have come together. Think of those like Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. Can you imagine 4 years ago them being on the same team with President Trump? I mean, even Bobby Kennedy initially ran against President Trump, starting in the Democrat primary to take on President Biden and bring the Democrat Party back to more of a mainstream, middle-of-the-road liberal party. Well, that did not happen. We saw that the Democrat leaders really cut the legs out under President Biden, someone who received 18 million votes in the primary, and they handed the reins over to Kamala Harris, and she was an absolute disaster. And we hope that the Golden State of California can see right through her, as she might be interested in running for governor of California. We'll see how that goes. We'll keep tabs on that for you here live at Right Side Broadcasting Network. But my goodness, we have gone past the progressive movement into constitutional governance once again. And President Trump looking to lead on that and bringing great people, independent thought leaders like Bobby Kennedy along for that as well. You know, Mr. Kennedy said he prayed for 20 years to make a difference for the health and the chronic illness epidemic facing America. And he said back in August at that Turning Point USA summit with President Trump there, as he endorsed him, you know, God brought me Donald Trump, and they are making a difference to save this country, especially the chronic illness epidemic. And Mr. Director, that sponsor one more time. Excellent. Thank you so much. Angelpaste.com, an extraordinary miracle cream, along with other products that trust me, you will love this group of people. They are a Christian-based company outside of Spring, Texas. You know, that's along the Gulf of America, not far from the beautiful city of Houston. And so many options right there for you. They actually have a natural repellent moisturizer that doesn't let those mosquitoes, those buggers get on you, especially as we get into the warmer months here with spring around the corner and then, of course, summer. But the Angel Paste Miracle Cream itself, I have tried here on the network, and those vitamin Bs and the non-GMO, the non-chemicals, truly a natural topical ointment will make your hands just feeling great. Whether you're a guy or a gal, doesn't matter. And guys, it's got this great acid spray, this black bottle that will make you still feel manly, but also be prepared for your day and impress those ladies out there with that acid spray to use on your face. So trust me on this one, angelpaste.com. They also have a great orange option that brings in all of these immune good nutrients for you and for your skin. So please visit angelpaste.com. Christian-based, they hire veterans, made in the USA, non-GMO, no chemicals in there, all natural. A great supporter of Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. Thank you for supporting the network as we seek to get rid of all those dry hands in the waning days of winter, hopefully. You know, here live in Auburn, Alabama, a beautiful day outside, sunny and in the 70s. So we hope you're enjoying some of that sunshine as we are all smiles. Roughly 40 days into the new administration, awaiting President Trump as he's having lunch right now with the UK Prime Minister, Mr. Starmer. And these gentlemen have very different ideologies on speech rights, on individual liberties, on everything that's happening with the migrant crisis, including what's taking place in the UK. Very sad, as many in the federal government in the United Kingdom really abandoning those principles that made this one of the finest nations in all of the world. But President Trump and the UK Prime Minister really being very diplomatic today in the Oval Office, and we'll see what they have to say as we are awaiting a press conference live with them. I'm sure addressing many of the issues at hand throughout the world, including potentially ending the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, which has now faced the 3-year anniversary back on Monday. We hope and pray that that does come to an end. And you might be wondering, United Kingdom, Great Britain, Scotland, England, Wales, Northern Ireland, and then Ireland itself. What does this all mean? This doesn't make any sense. Let me break that down for you. So the United Kingdom includes 4 nations: England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland. Of course, the island of Ireland in and of itself, 36 counties, but 2 separate nations. So Northern Ireland, those 6 counties that broke off that are mostly Protestant in nature, are aligned with the United Kingdom. Those other 30 counties are the separate Irish Republic, the Republic of Ireland, so a totally separate nation, although these Germanic peoples take up most of northwest Europe. So if that makes sense for you, if you're looking at a map, it will make more sense there. Great Britain in and of itself are the 3 countries of Scotland, England, and Wales. So when you hear the different terms or see the different flags, I hope that makes more clarity for you. So the flags you'll see today with the Union Jack and the blue, the red, white, and blue, in fact, is that of the United Kingdom. So this Mr. Starmer, the Prime Minister for the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. That's the proper title. So some history for you right there. But they've been friends with us for many, many years now, a couple of centuries, in fact, as we look to secure the Western world against all enemies, foreign and domestic. But both leaders, of course, have gone down very different ideological routes. So it'll be interesting to watch what they come up with today, addressing all of the threats worldwide, but especially what seems to be a shared goal of ending the Russia-Ukraine conflict. And of course, President Trump will be meeting with Vladimir Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, tomorrow at the White House, and that will bring him to 8 world leaders that he has addressed from the West Wing in the Oval Office. Of course, then moving to the East Room traditionally for that press conference where media in press pool will be addressing President Trump and the leader of the UK and other leaders that have visited in regards to all of the developments, whether it comes to investments in the United States or their respective countries, as well as the hot topics of today. And we're just about to approach the 3 o'clock hour. At the top of the hour, very excited to see President Trump meeting with UK Prime Minister Starmer as we look towards that 3 o'clock hour. It's an exciting time here in Washington, D.C., as we have seen the MAGA agenda on full display, with President Trump focused on making America healthy again, making America safe again, and ultimately making America safe and great again. So we are very interested to see these developments as the cabinet yesterday met with the media and President Trump addressing them, being very hopeful and optimistic and satisfied with those people he has selected to help serve with him. You know, it's important to make sure scammers don't get a hold of your home title. Very important to do. So the FBI calls it house stealing, and it's a growing real estate scam targeting American homeowners. Here's how it works. Criminals forge your signature on one document. They use a fake notary stamp, and they pay a small fee and file it at the local recorder's office. Just like that, your home title has been transferred out of your name. And if you can't think of anything scarier, they will then take out loans using your equity as collateral, or even sell property behind your back. And you won't even know it's happening. It's all invisible until you start getting collection and foreclosure notices. So let me ask you, when was the last time you decided to check your home title? I know it's been important in my family and with my own properties as well. So if you're like me, the answer is never, ever, ever. So That's exactly what scammers are counting on, you to not pay attention to what's happening with your own property. That's why I trust Home Title Lock, and their $1 million triple lock protection helps keep your home and equity safe. Here's what you get: an immediate 24/7 monitoring of your property, urgent alerts if there are any changes, and if fraud should happen, they're in the U.S.-based restoration team. They can fix and spend up to $1 million to fix that fraud and restore your title at no additional cost. That's a huge savings. And here's the best part. I've teamed up with the Home Title Lock to give you a free title history report so you can find out if you're a victim. And you can have access to a personal title expert up to a $250 value just for signing up. So go to HometitleLock.com and use my promo code here, RSBN, easy to remember, for peace of mind. Make sure you check the $1 million triple lock protection details that you can get out there. So that is the home protection you need today. HometitleLock.com/RSBN. That is HometitleLock.com/RSBN. And you can make sure that you have that peace of mind, protection for the most valuable assets from scammers, your home. So be sure to visit that today or scan that QR code right there on your screen. Thank you to HometitleLock.com/RSBN. And there's a live shot now of the East Room. President Trump meeting with UK Prime Minister Starmer as they are enjoying some lunch with their respective teams. The Vice President as well in attendance, as well as the Secretary of State and some other cabinet officials. And I'm sure we'll be joined by White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt in the room there where it happens, that East Room. So important to see these two great world leaders with so much on their table, gentlemen who are very separate on the ideological spectrum, but seeking to have common ground and peace and security throughout the Western world. A huge goal as we look to not only end the Russia-Ukraine conflict, but make sure that China does not advance in its prowess in the next few weeks and months. As you know, they're definitely licking their wounds after President Trump has been in office for roughly 40 days now, really putting America first and working with our allies around the world to strengthen the peace initiative. And you can see there they are testing their mics, getting ready for both world leaders as the Stars and Stripes and the Union Jack stand boldly and proclaim liberty and freedom for people throughout the world. Although, as Vice President Vance brought up in the Oval Office meeting, he will not be afraid to advance peacefully and patriotically, of course, American values such as freedom of speech, such as our Bill of Rights. Something that's changed for the citizens of the UK recently with this move to the far left, these open borders that some leaders like Mr. Starmer and the London mayor have endorsed in recent weeks and the last couple of years. So we'll definitely keep an eye on those tabs as we are seeking to make America safe, strong, healthy, and great again. The best way to do that is to really share our values abroad. It's not by nation building like George W. Bush and Barack Obama wanted to do. It's not by droning everyone unconstitutionally and starting wars throughout the world or funding upheavals like in Benghazi, but rather it's about making sure peace and prosperity come to every citizen through dialogue and meeting with world leaders. I think back to President Trump in the first term with Little Rocket Man in North Korea. They were going back and forth, sending letters to one another at times, even teasing one another. That led to a great friendship and great dialogue with Kim Jong-un. And one of the highlights for me when I was at the inauguration on January 20th at the Commanders-in-Chief Ball, the U.S. Command in South Korea, and saying, "Welcome back, President Trump. Thank you for stepping up to serve once again." And President Trump asking the commander all the way in South Korea, how's Kim Jong-un doing, before he took that big saber and cut the cake to continue the celebrations that took place there. And what an amazing roughly 40 days it has been for the new administration. Almost all of the cabinet is in place, with the exception of labor, education, and the UN ambassador, still waiting for confirmation votes from the United States Senate. But President Trump having great success with the Republican-led U.S. Senate, and many of his nominees getting incredible resounding advice and consent from the U.S. Senate. I think about people like Secretary Doug Burgum at Interior. That was an 80-17 vote. How about Marco Rubio, our Secretary of State? Perhaps the best Secretary of State in recent memory, with his trips to South America, Central America, Saudi Arabia as well, for the peace and prosperity of the world. A 99-0 vote. Great success. And you know, it really doesn't matter. I mean, like Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense, really underwent a great test of just a smear campaign from the far left and needed that tie-breaking vote from Vice President Vance to get over that 50-50 threshold of 51. And Mr. Vance joking as well, I didn't think I had to vote on the Senate so soon, or in the Senate, to get that over the hump. But Pete Hegseth doing an extraordinary job over at the DOD. And how exciting is it to have cabinet members and officials who are beholden to you, the American people, and to press, because even Pete having many times where he actually just uses his cell phone with his comms director to send out a message to you, the American people. We don't have to wait for necessarily a formal press conference or anything of the like. This administration is very focused on being transparent, in fact, being the most transparent office in American history. We now see the UK delegation coming in, the diplomats from the Great Kingdom who had just had lunch with President Trump and our diplomatic team. So they are coming into the room there. I'm sure we'll be followed by our American counterparts, and our team focused so much on the relationship of two great nations who really lead the world in so many different ways. When America speaks, when the United Kingdom speaks, the world listens. These are two of the strongest militaries in the entire world. And, you know, two democracies who have stood the test of time, who once fought with one another, and we gained their independence from this great civilization. But that has all changed now. We have been good friends for the last 2 centuries, focused on those common values of liberty and patriotism and unity, fraternity, that have stood the test of time. And so much so that King Charles has invited President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump to join the Queen Camilla as well in a state dinner. So we look forward to seeing that here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live, a date to be set in the near future, but the Prime Minister bringing that correspondence to President Trump in the Oval Office. And, you know, a strong sign of leadership, President Trump opened that letter. He did not read it out loud. He read it quietly and then made sure that His Majesty the King's signature was on that piece of paper, and then graciously allowed the Prime Minister to extend to the media what that letter was all about. So something President Trump has learned over the years, being the consummate deal maker that he is. And I'm sure that will be a star-studded gala, a state dinner between the United States and the United Kingdom forthcoming. Perhaps that will be President Trump's first international trip. We will keep on those tabs right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. And if you're joining us now, you know that we are on the right side of history, and so are you, the American people, who are so interested in engaging your government on a local level, on a state level, on a national level. And you know us here for our coverage of all of the rallies, but in the last 2 months, we have truly become your go-to live desk. We bring you unbridled access to speeches, to presentations, to the Oval Office, to the East Room, as you're looking at right now, when President Trump invites world leaders to dialogue with. So keep tuned in to Right Side Broadcasting Network Live, and you will not miss any of the action if you sign up for the free newsletter, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter, and by liking, sharing, and subscribing to all of our content throughout various social media platforms, whatever your favorite is. My personal favorite, Truth Social. I have somewhat of a bias with that wonderful organization because I once served in their ranks, and they're doing amazing jobs there. If you're watching the news, they're doing some amazing things with the media prowess and with new investments. So we look forward to our continued partnership with True Social, because they broadcast all these different platforms, the new media, highlighting especially us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So be sure to tune in there, or whether it's X or Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, it's all over the place. I mean, the new media is all about free speech, and we know that White House Press Secretary Caroline Levitt pledged from that first press conference that she will be very accessible not only to the media but to the American people, and that President Trump truly is the greatest spokesperson for the White House. We know this to be true as he is preparing for a great press conference with the UK Prime Minister coming up in moments here, roughly 11 minutes after the 3 o'clock hour on the East Coast. They're live at the White House in Washington, D.C. And we are looking at all the developments happening throughout the end of the week here. President Trump will be live with Vladimir Zelensky, the leader of Ukraine, who had requested a meeting with President Trump and will be in attendance tomorrow. So we are keeping tabs on that, and I'm sure that that might be discussed here live at this press conference with the UK Prime Minister forthcoming. President Trump has had 20 of his appointees confirmed by the United States Senate. So a perfect 20-0, and we'll see what will happen regarding Linda McMahon over at Education, and also the UN ambassador forthcoming, Elise Stefanik, who has done just extraordinary work as a young leader in Congress, and then also former United States Representative Lori Chavez DeRemer out of Oregon for Secretary of Labor. This is an extraordinary pick for President Trump because she has strong labor ties. And he is inviting labor unions and leaders in that world to come to the table. And we know that from the International Teamsters President Sean O'Brien, the first member of that union to address a Republican National Convention in 121 years. And that was back in July in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So that was a great speech that we could probably play for you in the near future here if we go back into recent memory, because that was a historical moment for the convention, for President Trump, for Sean himself, who was really touched by having the ability to address that great convention back in July of last year. And we are awaiting the United States officials, the diplomats, including the Vice President, the Secretary of State, and also those other leaders to join President Trump with the UK counterparts. I'd like to thank our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. Audio and hearing, there are 1.5 billion people worldwide who have hearing loss, and many of them don't even know they have it. It's really a sad thing, but if you often asked to repeat yourself or sometimes feel tuned out of the conversation, your only option is to spend thousands of dollars on prescription hearing aids. Well, not anymore. Audio and Hearing is changing that with their revolutionary new over-the-counter hearing aids that start at only $189 a pair. They have over 1 million happy customers at Audio and Hearing. If you visit audioandhearing.com/RSBN, you don't need to take a hearing test. You don't need a prescription. Instead, they've delivered door-to-door coverage in just a few days. So Audio and Hearing aids are tiny, rechargeable, sound great, and don't look like the traditional bulky hearing aids. Audion is a proud American company with over 1 million happy customers, as I mentioned. So if you're looking for an affordable, high-quality solution to help you reconnect with loved ones and hear the things you're missing out on, visit audioandhearing.com/RSBN, or why don't you give them a call there, 800-329-5079. That's 800-329-5079. audioandhearing.com/RSBN. It's time to hear again. The leader in the over-the-counter hearing aids. I mean, $189, it's a lot less than hundreds of thousands. So why don't you go there, audioandhearing.com/RSBN. And we are looking live at the East Room, awaiting a White House press conference between your 47th President, Donald J. Trump, the UK Prime Minister, Mr. Starmer, as they look to tackle What's a world that is crumbling in many ways thanks to past leadership of the UK and also past leadership of the United States under that goofball Joe Biden, Sleepy Joe Biden, as we like to aptly name him. You know, President Trump bringing that up again at the CPAC speech. And, you know, one of the highlights of that speech, I thought that was really quite profound. President Trump stopping to say that he wants his legacy to be that of peace. He wants to be remembered as the peacemaker. And we know that one of the hot topics today with UK leadership, the peace of Ukraine and Russia to end this godforsaken war that has gone on for now 3 years, something that's led to the death of 1.5 million Ukrainians and Russians combined. And such a sad thing as we look at. Our prayers are with both people. These are two incredible cultures, and whatever you feel about their leadership and their governments, which are in many ways totalitarian and anti-free speech, the people of Ukraine and Russia are good people with great traditions, and we hope to see peace and prosperity for them with the peacemaker in chief, President Donald John Trump, at the helm. And he will be meeting tomorrow with Vladimir Zelensky of the Ukraine as we get a live shot there of the East Room. This, for me personally, probably one of my favorite rooms where we've seen so many great traditions take place, whether it is the National Governors Association, which had dinner Saturday night with President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump, and then, of course, some entertainment from the bands that followed up. This, you could actually see a great replica of this room in Yorba Linda, California, at the Nixon Library. So if you're in the West Coast and visiting along Orange County's beautiful palm trees and glorious Pacific Ocean sites, be sure to visit Yorba Linda, somewhat inland, but the hometown of Richard Milhouse Nixon, a great replica of the East Room. But what about those White House tours as well? Be sure to visit whitehouse.gov/tours, as First Lady Melania Trump, her first initiative to set that up for those wanting to come visit, you know, their property. It's your property, my friends. The White House. It is the people's house. It's a museum. It's a residence. It's where the executive branch does business, and where President Trump works day in and day out to preserve life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, and our founding documents for you, the American people, but also a place to go visit and to delight in what is truly an incredible residence. And just some of the goings on at the White House, the First Lady's office announcing the annual Easter egg hunt. Today they did that. So if you want to visit or if you want to volunteer, make sure you get that form in by March 19th. You can find this all on the White House's website, whitehouse.gov. But Easter Monday, after Resurrection Sunday, April 21st, 2025, a great day to celebrate with you and your families if you are in Washington, D.C. The President will be on hand, the First Lady and staff enjoying the annual Easter egg roll. It will be the 147th edition. It was first started by President Rutherford B. Hayes, and something that is to be enjoyed by the entire family, especially those who are 13 years and younger. So those younger members of the family joined by parents, please feel free to enjoy that at the White House on April 21st, 2025, Easter Monday. We're going to toss to a quick commercial break, but stay with us here live at Right Side Broadcasting Network as we await President Trump and Prime Minister Starmer, who will have a live press conference from the East Room. I'm Robert McNeely. We'll be right back on the other side.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Parents, do your kids know what courage really means? It's about standing up for America even when there's a target on your back. That's why Mike Huckabee's team created the Kids Guide to the Courage of the President. This important guide tells kids everything they need to know about President Trump's unwavering courage, and you can get it for free. With your free order, you'll receive free bonus gifts, including the Kids Guide to President Trump and a Christmas ornament commemorating Trump's call for us to fight. Get it all for free at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
Families across the nation have arrived at a heartbreaking crossroad to surrender their beloved animals at alarming rates due to inflation and soaring costs of living.
There are so many overcrowded shelters. So many dogs need a home, but it's all of us working together to solve this crisis.
This fight requires both doers and dollars. Join us at Big Dog Ranch Rescue. Please sign up today.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. I'm Robert McNeely as we await a press conference between President Trump and UK's Prime Minister Starmer, two men who are on ideologically different paths but have a common goal of securing the United States and the UK against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Very curious to see what they have to say, especially in regards to the Russia-Ukraine conflict that will hopefully be coming to an end after 3 years. Interesting developments today. We've had Attorney General Pam Bondi yesterday mentioning that she will release the Epstein files. We're keeping an eye on all of that. And if you follow DC Drano, who's been someone who's really been in the middle of a number of different fights in D.C. and for the transparency movement over the last decade. He said, according to X, "Today I met with President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, Attorney General Pam Bondi, and FBI Director Kash Patel in the Oval Office. They handed me a binder of the Epstein files. This is the most transparent administration in American history." And he asked, "The best part? This is just the start." AG Pam Bondi confirmed there are thousands more Epstein files documents being secretly held in the SDNY, and they will be delivered to the DOJ in D.C. by February 28th, so that's tomorrow. People will be going to jail for what they've done. So buckle up, folks. It's according to DC Drano and Pam Bondi yesterday saying that just some of these people were absolutely disgusting for the practices that they did, and they should be held to the highest extent, the furthest extent of the law. Unfortunately, given what I've seen in my career, I've helped with some anti-trafficking efforts at different organizations. It's just horrible to think that the modern slave trade, anyone would sell a child into sex or labor trafficking. They deserve the worst punishment. Of course, peacefully and patriotically, we are all under the laws of the land, innocent until proven guilty, but justice is coming, and that's thanks to you. The mandate you've been given, the American people gave that to President Donald Trump on November 5th of 2024, Liberation Day. It will forever be remembered as a turning point for the American constitutional republic. We no longer live in a post-constitutional era because of people like Bill Clinton and George W. Bush and Joe Biden and Barack Obama. We don't need that. We don't need a globalist deep state think tank running the office. We need a leader who cares about America first, and that's President Donald Trump and his team. That cabinet meeting for the first time together yesterday, really taking some good questions from the media, which, have you noticed that? All of a sudden, since President Trump's been in office, I've been noticing more robust, more fair questions. Of course, there's some exception to that, as you see the United States leadership and the diplomatic team of the Vice President, Secretary of State, and also other cabinet members, along with, in the distance there, I think I see the great White House Press Secretary, Caroline Levitt, who is just knocking it out of the park, batting 1,000 against the deep staters and the fake news alike to make America safe, strong, healthy, and great again. So usually when they sit down, that means that just around the bend there, we'll see President Trump and Prime Minister Starmer come out to the podium to discuss the pressing issues that they had talked about earlier over lunch. Of course, if you were watching earlier with us, they started that bilateral meeting in the Oval Office that's located within the West Wing, and that was attended by the Vice President, the Secretary of State, and other cabinet members, as well as the UK diplomatic delegation. Our two nations have shared so much in common. In fact, we once broke away from them to ensure life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, these God-given, inalienable rights that we are all equal under the law, but something that was inspired way back when in the 13th century with the Magna Carta. And our two nations have really shaped Western democracy and the Western world, two of the most elite and powerful militaries in all of the world, making sure that we bring peace through strength to places like Russia, to Ukraine, and to those who are, seeking freedom and liberty throughout the world. And there you can see our Vice President, J.D. Vance, entering the room, taking his seat there. And isn't it nice to have an approachable Vice President, someone relatable? The left really failed at their messaging in the last campaign with J.D. Vance and, quite frankly, his adorable family. They've been showcasing what it's like to be great millennial leaders on the world stage, and what it's like to not only lead there, but also lead within your household. It's almost as if we have a theologian in chief in our Vice President who talks often of the Norverse Ordum and other thought processes that are not only in the Christian world, but also outside to the Western world and to the rest of global affairs in general, to love your family first, and then also to love your neighbors and to love the world as a whole. And as they're standing now, President Trump with UK Prime Minister Starmer will toss it right there live to the East Room in the White House in Washington, D.C.
Thank you very much. Great honor. Today it's my privilege to welcome the Prime Minister of a very special place, the United Kingdom, to the White House. Prime Minister Starmer, you've been terrific in our discussions. You're a very tough negotiator, however. I'm not sure I like that, but that's okay. Very, very special person. The Prime Minister and I have gotten off to an outstanding start. The U.S. and U.K. have a special relationship, very special, really like no other, passed down through the centuries. And we're going to keep it that way. We're going to keep it very strong, as it is. Very importantly, I was just notified by letter from King Charles that he's extended through the Prime Minister a historic second state visit to the United Kingdom. And that's a great honor because it's never happened before. One person has never been extended that honor, and I really do call it an honor, but it's not for me, it's for our country. It's respect for our country. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank King Charles. Thank you very much, and we accept. I don't know if the media is going to follow us. I have a feeling they might. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'm pleased to say that the bust of one of the Prime Minister's greatest predecessors, Winston Churchill, is now back in the rightful place in the Oval Office, and we're very proud of it. Our meeting today and the various breakout sessions we had were tremendously productive. Most importantly, I provided the Prime Minister with an update on our efforts to end the bloody and horrible war in Ukraine with Russia, which would never have happened if I were president. That was not going to happen. I promise you that. After 3 years of hellacious conflict, approximately 1 million Ukrainians and Russians have been senselessly killed, but the number, I believe, is much higher than that. Countless schools, hospitals, towns, and beautiful ancient churches have been absolutely obliterated. To begin the process of ending this spiral of death, I had historic back-to-back calls with President Putin, very successful calls, I might add, and President Zelensky, and my team also spoke with the Secretary General of NATO on numerous occasions, and we're working very hard to get that war brought to an end. I think we've made a lot of progress, and I think it's moving along pretty rapidly. And I want to thank all of the people that are here that have been working on it. And we'll let you know what happens. It'll either be fairly soon or it won't be at all. In addition, this week I met with President Macron of France, as you know, and held talks with members of the G7. Tomorrow, the progress toward peace will continue when President Zelensky visits the White House. He'll be here tomorrow in the early part of the day, and we'll be signing a historic agreement that will make the United States a major partner in developing Ukraine's minerals and rare earths and oil and gases, and we have a great understanding. I think it's going to be great for Ukraine. We're going to be at the site, and we'll be digging. We'll be digging. Dig we must. A big utility in New York Con Edison, they used to have a sign, dig we must, and we will be digging. But much of the European aid to Ukraine has been sent in the form of loans for which they expect to be paid back, and we didn't have that honor under the Biden administration. He sent money, or just sent it money after money after money, and never had any knowledge of ever seeing it back. Maybe $300 to $350 billion, but under the breakthrough agreement, very unusual, which everyone said was difficult to get, but it's really very good for Ukraine and very good for us. The American taxpayers will now effectively be reimbursed for the money and hundreds of billions of dollars poured into helping Ukraine defend itself, which by and of itself is a very worthy thing to do. We've paid far more than any other country, and with most of our support, it's been paid in military, the finest weapons anywhere in the world. This includes vast amounts of military hardware, ammunition, and various other things that we now have to start rebuilding our own stockpiles. Additionally, the minerals agreement will provide the basis for a more sustainable future relationship between the United States and Ukraine, and thus stimulate the long-term prosperity that will help the Ukrainians rebuild their country. It's been demolished. And the ruined infrastructure, the infrastructure, as you know, is in very bad shape. In just over 1 month, our administration has already achieved more progress toward peace than years in the other administration where they did nothing toward peace. They didn't understand what was happening. Our approach is basically common sense. As I said, so many of the things that we do are based on common sense. If you want peace, you have to talk, both sides. As I discussed with Prime Minister Starmer, the next step we're making is toward a very achievable ceasefire. We hope that that can happen quickly, because thousands of young people, in this case, we're not talking about Americans, we're talking about Ukrainians and Russians are being killed every week, thousands. And it's a rough battlefield. It's a flat piece of land, and the bullet only stops when it hits somebody. And this week, I saw the reports, and it's I don't even want to say what they are, but thousands of people, young, vibrant people died. And we want to stop that. Senseless. Should have never happened. This will lay the groundwork for a long-term peace agreement that will return stability to Eastern Europe and hopefully ensure that such a terrible war will never happen on European soil or, for that matter, anywhere again. It's a horrible thing that's going on. The disaster in Ukraine shows exactly why it's so important for the United Kingdom and other NATO partners to make large investments in their defense capabilities. In many cases, 4% or 5% of GDP would be appropriate. I know that they're raising it. I just read an article, a great article, about the work you're doing in the UK as to the military. You're raising it quite a bit, which is a great thing to do for your country. It's a great thing to do. It's sad that we need that, but probably need that. So congratulations on that. I know you got it through. After years of chronic underfunding, there's an urgent need to catch up for some countries. And I want to thank the Prime Minister once again for traveling here today. Working together, I believe that we'll once again demonstrate the power of our country's unique friendship. This is indeed a unique friendship. It's been many years, and I think it's only gotten stronger, and we will make sure that it stays that way. We're going to have a great trade agreement. One way or the other, we're going to end up with a very good trade agreement for both countries, and we're working on that as we speak. I think we'll have the confines. I think we'll have something maybe even in terms of possibilities agreed to very shortly. JD's working on it, Vice President, and Scott, and I'm just looking at this all from Mike. You're going to work on it. Everyone's going to work on it. We'll see if we can do something pretty quickly, but we're going to make some great trade agreements with the UK and with the Prime Minister, and it'll happen very quickly. So I just want to thank you again, and please thank King Charles for the invite, and I look forward to you giving our acceptance on behalf of the United States of America. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for your hospitality. Thank you for your leadership. This has been a very good and very productive visit. And with your family roots in Scotland and your close bond with His Majesty the King, it's good to know that the United Kingdom has a true friend in the Oval Office. And it was so good to see the bust of Winston Churchill back in its rightful place just a moment ago. But look, in a moment of real danger around the world, this relationship matters more than ever. We remain each other's first partner in defence, ready to come to the other's aid, to counter threats wherever and whenever they may arise. No two militaries are more intertwined than ours. No two countries have done more together to keep people safe. And in a few weeks, we mark VE Day, the 80th anniversary of victory in Europe. Britain and America fought side by side to make that happen. One of the greatest moments in our history. We stand side by side still today, and we're focused now on bringing an enduring end to the barbaric war in Ukraine. Mr. President, I welcome your deep and personal commitment to bring peace and to stop the killing. You've created a moment of tremendous opportunity to reach a historic peace deal, a deal that I think would be celebrated in Ukraine and around the world. That is the prize. But we have to get it right. There's a famous slogan in the United Kingdom from after the Second World War. That is that we have to win the peace. And that's what we must do now. Because it can't be peace that rewards the aggressor or that gives encouragement to regimes like Iran. We agree history must be on the side of the peacemaker, not the invader. So the stakes, they couldn't be higher. And we're determined to work together to deliver a good deal. We've discussed a plan today to reach a peace that is tough and fair, that Ukraine will help shape, that's backed by strength, to stop Putin coming back for more. I'm working closely with other European leaders on this, and I'm clear that the UK is ready to put boots on the ground and planes in the air to support a deal, working together with our allies, because that is the only way that peace will last. Mr. President, in this new era, you're also right that Europe must step up. And let me tell you now, I see the growing threats we face, and so the UK is all in. This year we'll be giving more military aid to Ukraine than ever, and just this week I've set out how we're shouldering more of the security burden. We're already one of the biggest spenders in NATO, and now we're going much further, delivering Britain's biggest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War. This isn't just talk, it's action, rebalancing the transatlantic alliance, making us all stronger, and standing up for our shared values and shared security, as Britain always has. Mr. President, it's no secret we're from different political traditions, but there's a lot that we have in common. We believe it's not taking part that counts. What counts is winning. If you don't win, you don't deliver. And we're determined to deliver for the working people of Britain and America, who want and deserve to see their lives improve. So we're both in a hurry to get things done, and that's what the UK and US do when we work together. We win and we get things done. So we'll do what it takes to keep our people safe. We'll also work together to deliver some big economic wins that can benefit us both. We have a $1.5 trillion invested in each other's economies, creating over 2.5 million jobs across both economies. Our trading relationship is not just strong, it's fair, balanced and reciprocal. We're leaders together in so many areas, ranked 1 and 2 in the world as investment destinations, 1 and 2 for universities, 1 and 2 for Nobel Prizes, 1 and 2 in golf as well, by the way. And we're the only 2 Western countries with trillion-dollar tech sectors, leaders in AI. And look, we take a similar approach on this issue. Instead of over-regulating these new technologies, we're seizing the opportunities that they offer. So we've decided today to go further, to begin work on a new economic deal with advanced technology at its core. Look, our 2 nations together shaped the great technological innovations of the last century. We have a chance now to do the same for the 21st century. I mean, artificial intelligence could cure cancer. That could be a moonshot for our age. And that's how we'll keep delivering for our people. There are so many opportunities. Keep our nation strong and fulfill the promise of greatness that has always defined this relationship. Finally, to underline the importance of this bond, it was my privilege and honour to bring a letter with me today from His Majesty the King, not only sending his best wishes, but also inviting the President and the First Lady to make a state visit to the United Kingdom, an unprecedented second state visit. This has never happened before. It's so incredible, it will be historic. And I'm delighted that I can go back to His Majesty the King and tell him that President Trump has accepted the invitation. So thank you. Our teams will now work together to set a date, and we look forward to welcome you in the United Kingdom. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. What a beautiful accent. I would have been president 20 years ago if I had that accent. Thank you very much. Okay, let's see here. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier today, you told me that you believe that foreign countries pay tariffs, but Americans who are concerned about higher prices believe, as most people do, that they're paid by consumers and importers when they import things into this country. Can you explain how you came to this belief that foreign governments are paying tariffs? And for the Prime Minister, did you discuss with President Trump his repeated statements of desire to annex Canada? And has the King expressed any concern over the President's apparent desire to remove one of his realms from his control?
So I'll go ahead. The first part, the tariffs are necessary because we've been treated very unfairly by many, many countries, including our friends, friend and foe. But we've been treated very unfairly in trade at levels that nobody's really ever seen before, and especially under the Biden administration, they really took advantage of the United States. I put massive tariffs on China during my 4 years. We had the best economy in the history of our country. Probably the best economy, maybe the best economy in the history of the world. And I used tariffs to even things up. And in particular with China, we took in hundreds of billions of dollars and we had no inflation. And it's a myth. It's a myth that's put out there by foreign countries that really don't like paying tariffs, and especially to even up. So we've been treated badly by a lot. We're using tariffs. And I find, and you just have to look at the numbers, but I find that it's not about inflation. It's about fairness, and the inflation for us has not existed, and I don't think it's going to exist. We're going to bring our car industry back. We're going to bring our chips back. We're going to bring so many things back to our country, including pharmaceuticals and drugs. And the thing that's going to get us there is tariffs. And I say often it's my favorite word in the dictionary, but I always preface that by saying now, because I got into a lot of trouble with the fake news where they say that's not good. So I say God, love, family, wife. They're all my favorite words, but tariff is about number 4 or 5 on the list. But I will tell you, it's going to make our country rich, and it's going to stop us from being a laughing stock all over the world. Because we have been taken advantage of like no country has ever been taken advantage of. Thank you very much. And
look, we had a really good discussion, a productive discussion, a good discussion, as a result of which our teams are now going to be working together on an economic deal. Our teams are going to be working together on security in Ukraine. You mentioned Canada. I think you're trying to find a divide between us that doesn't exist. We're the closest of nations, and we had very good discussions today, but we didn't discuss Canada.
Thank you. Please. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yes. Thank you.
Hi, Natasha Clark from LBC. Mr. President, you've said you're working on a new trade deal with Britain, which we of course welcome. President Obama once said Britain was at the back of the queue for that trade deal. Where are we now? When do you think we're going to see that? And Prime Minister, the BBC has today admitted serious flaws over the recent Gaza coverage, suggestions of payments made to people linked to Hamas. Does the BBC still have your trust? Thank you.
Well, they didn't do well with President Obama. He'd never got a lot of things done, and he didn't get a trade deal done that was of any importance or magnitude. We've had great discussions on trade, and I think we're going to have a deal done rather quickly as it can be done. We're going to have something, I think, rather quickly. We expect to do that. Okay? Please.
On the BBC, look, I've been concerned about the programme in question. The Secretary of State had a meeting with the BBC. I think it was yesterday, could have been the day before. Thank you.
Jeff, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Pardon me. Mr. President, do you support Article 5 of the NATO treaty? And are you concerned that it might be triggered if European peacekeeping forces end up in Ukraine?
I support it. I don't think we're going to have any reason for it. I think we're going to have a very successful peace, and I think it's going to be a long-lasting peace. And I think it's going to happen hopefully quickly. If it doesn't happen quickly, it may not happen at all. And we want it for 2 reasons. Number one, I want to see on a humane basis, I want to see soldiers stop getting shot, because largely it's soldiers now. Towns have been obliterated, but it's largely that. And I don't want to pay billions and billions and billions of dollars, nor does the Prime Minister or anybody else, on a senseless war that should have never happened. And we're going to get it taken care of. But I think it's going to be a peace that's going to be long-lasting. Do you have a question for the Prime Minister?
Thank you. Mr. Prime Minister, you were asking the President today about a backstop for Europe if the peacekeeping force ends up in Ukraine. Did you feel like you got a satisfying answer for yourself and for Europe? And Mr. President, if you want to comment on that as well, please do.
I thought we had a very productive discussion. Obviously, as the President says, the deal has to come first. But yes, our teams are going to be talking about how we make sure that deal sticks, is lasting and enforced. So our teams will be talking about that.
Okay. Please, Blue.
Mr. President, some experts think it could take more than a decade to mine the precious minerals from Ukraine. How much should the U.S. expect to receive, and when do you expect to see that come to fruition?
Well, we're never going to know that answer, but by our being in Ukraine and doing the exploration and also the digging and taking the rare earth, which we need in our country very badly, we'll be doing a substantial amount of work, probably about at least what we have in there, and we hope to be able to do that. You never know when it comes to that. You know, you dig and maybe things aren't there like you think they're there, but we'll be spending a lot of time there. It'll be great for Ukraine. It's like a huge economic development project, so it'll be good for both countries. Okay? Please.
Prime Minister, excuse me, Prime Minister, you've talked about putting British soldiers' boots on the ground in Ukraine in the event that President Trump succeeds with his peace deal. But can you do that without a firm assurance that America will have our back in the form of some kind of security guarantee were Putin to breach that agreement? And, Mr. President, tomorrow you're seeing President Zelensky to sign this deal on minerals and energy that could be hugely important to the United States. Will you take the opportunity to apologize to him for calling him a dictator while praising Vladimir Putin, who is a dictator?
Well, Robert, let me start by saying I've been really clear today and previously that I think that European countries, including the United Kingdom, need to step up in our own defence and security. We've been doing that in recent days. You saw the announcement we made on spending just the other day. In addition to that, I've made it clear that the United Kingdom will play its full part in ensuring that if there's a deal, and we hope there is a deal in Ukraine, that is a lasting deal that sticks. And we're obviously working with other European countries on that, France and NATO in particular. But I think I'm hosting 18 countries on Sunday to further our discussions. You heard from the President this morning that, you know, as historically has always been the case, we have each other's backs. And today we've been talking about the deal, how that will be a lasting deal, and coming out of this, our teams will now be talking in detail about that.
And I think we're going to have a very good meeting tomorrow, 11 o'clock, and I think we're going to have a very good meeting tomorrow morning. We're going to get along really well, okay? We have a lot of respect. I have a lot of respect for him. We've given them a lot of equipment and a lot of money, but they have fought very bravely, no matter how you figure it. They have really fought. Somebody has to use that equipment, and they have been very brave in that sense. Yeah, please, go ahead.
The ceasefire deal is nearing an end this Saturday, and there's been some worry that Phase 2 might never get there. Do you believe that Phase 2 of the ceasefire in Gaza will come to fruition? And have you spoken to Netanyahu about it? And for the Prime Minister, this peacekeeping deal has been pushed forward by the UK and France as well. Have you been in discussions with any other European countries to join this initiative? And are you expecting Commonwealth countries to also join the effort? Thank you.
So we're working very hard in the Middle East and Gaza and all of the problems, and it's been going on for years and years and centuries and centuries. It's a tough neighborhood, but it could be a very beautiful neighborhood, and I think we're going to come up with some pretty good solutions. But Phase 1 is almost complete. We've had some people that have been very seriously injured, very seriously hurt, both physically and mentally. They've come out of there very, very, and some of them in very, very bad shape. It's shocking. Many young people aren't in bad shape. Young people are strong, healthy. They don't die. People have come out dead, young people and old people. It's a rough situation, but I think we're going to make it much better, and I think that we've had a huge impact on that since we've been in just the 4 weeks. I think we've had a huge impact on Gaza, the Middle East, and we have some pretty good talks going on concerning lots of other people that are going to make it better. So we'll see what happens. Nobody really knows, but we'll see what happens. But I think we've had a very positive impact. Prime Minister?
Yeah, on the question of the European countries, yes, I've spoken to a number of countries, particularly in the last few weeks. We had a meeting in Paris last week. I've got a meeting on Sunday with 18 countries to further our discussions. Obviously, we've been talking quite intensely to our French colleagues and to NATO, but to other countries as well, because, as I say, I think it's important for European countries, including the United Kingdom, to step up and do more in the defence and security of Europe and our continent and the United Kingdom, and we'll do so. Well, we're talking to a number of other countries.
Thank you. Yes, in the red, please. Pink red. Flaming red.
Is it me or her?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. A question on Ukraine. Number one is, if you're not considering the security guarantees, are you open to other forms of, for example, intelligence cooperation with Ukraine? And Mr. Prime Minister, President Trump has proposed a plan for Gaza. Does this fit into the two-state solution that the UK held for a long time? Do you see it fit into your general Middle Eastern strategy? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. We're open to many things, but before I even think about that, that's almost pleasant to think about, because that would mean that peace has been arrived at. We have to arrive at that peace. And, you know, you went 3.5 years with an administration that never even really had a meeting. They didn't have a meeting on peace. And there was no prospect of peace. I think, frankly, Russia wanted to go through the whole long deal. I don't think they do anymore. I don't think they do. We had a very big impact on that whole situation. But I don't like talking about phase 2 until I get phase 1. Phase 1 is I have to make peace. And we have to get Russia to agree. We have to get Ukraine to agree. And I think we will. I think we've come a long way. I believe we're going to get it done. I wouldn't say that if I didn't think so. And I think it will be very important, very historic, and we're going to save a lot of lives.
On the question of Gaza, the last few weeks of the ceasefire have been very impactful. And for me, there are two images that I remember more than any other. The first is Emily Damari, who is British, being reunited with her mother. You may remember she had her fingers missing after what she endured. That was an incredible moment. I'd spent a lot of time with her mother whilst she was held captive, and her mother went through absolute torture. The other image was thousands of Palestinians marching through rubble, trying to return to their communities and their homes. So we have to do everything we can to ensure that the ceasefire continues, so that more hostages can be returned, so that aid can be brought in that's desperately needed. And we need to allow Palestinians to return and to rebuild their lives, and we must all support them in doing that. And yes, I believe that the two-state solution is ultimately the only way for a lasting peace in the region.
And think of that. She came home with her fingers and part of her hand blown off.
That's terrible.
How bad does it get? And we had others that came home in much worse shape than that.
Yeah.
It's a terrible situation. Please, yes.
Thank you. Mr. President, did our Prime Minister persuade you not to put tariffs on the UK? And if I may, Prime Minister, do you think that Vladimir Putin is a man who will keep his word? Thanks.
He tried. He was working hard, I'll tell you that. He earned whatever the hell they pay him over there. But he tried. I think there's a very good chance that in the case of these two great friendly countries, I think we could very well end up with a real trade deal where the tariffs wouldn't be necessary. We'll see, but he earned whatever they pay him. He earned today. He was working hard at lunch, and I'm very receptive to it. I think in all fairness, in all seriousness, I think we have a very good chance at arriving at a very good deal. JD and Scott and Howard, all the people are working on it, and I think we have a good chance at arriving at a deal that could be terrific, really terrific for both countries. Okay? Thank you.
On the second part of the question, I think my views on Putin are pretty well rehearsed and pretty well known, and my concern is that if there's a deal, and I hope there is a deal, that it must be a lasting deal, that it's not a temporary measure, and that is why I think it's really important that Putin knows that this deal, a historic deal, which I very much hope comes about, is there, and it's a lasting deal, and that we're able to deal with any inclination he has to go again or go further.
I think we'll have two deals. I think we'll have a deal on ending the war, and I think we're going to end up with a great trade deal with you. And it's an honor to be with you, and I want to thank everybody very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And President Trump and Prime Minister Starmer having a relatively quick press conference, really highlighting on those national security threats that combine these two leaders and really unite them when it comes to Israel and Gaza, and also what's taking place in Ukraine and Russia as well, with some differences in how to approach each and every aspect, but clearly united. With the fact that these two great partners and friends across the pond have been together on so many different world stages combating extremism all around the world. So that wraps that up, and we look forward to tomorrow as well, when President Trump will meet with President Vladimir Zelensky of the Ukraine. We'd like to thank our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. How about mypillow.com/RSBN? Our friend Mike Lindell, the great leader of that organization, the mega sale happening, whether it's the My Cross, where you save 30%. How about those My Towels? Get a 6-pack for $29.98, and those flannel sheets going for $44.98, an extraordinary sale going on right now, and we know from Mr. Lindell that he is the master at all these sales. mypillow.com/RSBN for up to 20 or 80% off of everything. 2,000 items. I mean, it's a lot to choose from. Call them today, 800-836-7566. A great company, and we like to thank Mr. Lindell for his fight for free speech, and also for the founding documents, a true champion on election integrity as well. So please visit mypillow.com/RSBN. How about Byrna? Great option for non-lethal use of force. And this is truly that alternative that can make sure you remain safe with you or your family members, and also not get prosecuted by rogue DAs for simply defending your property or your bodily autonomy. This is not classified as a firearm, no background checks needed, over 25,000 5-star reviews, okay? And this is really something that can incapacitate an intruder for roughly 30 minutes, whether it's the tear gas ammunition that's needed. It also has these very tough balls that when they are fired at you can knock out that person, but also, of course, non-lethal. So Byrna.com/RSBN, a great supporter here, not only of the Second Amendment, but also free speech and our founding documents. So visit Byrna.com today for that less lethal force. A great option when you're looking at defending you and your family. And of course, Colonial Metals. This group is outstanding. You want to shield your savings now and use that QR code to get that free 2025 guide right there to your door. And it explains to you how from 1971, when we got rid of the gold standard under Richard Nixon, and then up until last year, 2024, 7,000% increase in the value of gold. So Warren Buffett has bought into this too, moving many of his assets out of the stock market, but rather into the time-tested, tangible gold, silver, metal, these precious items that you can use that you can actually hold in your hand. So check out that free gold guide now, endorsed by many patriots you'd recognize, including Judge Jeanine Pirro and Larry Kudlow, who was responsible for those Trump tax cuts that we hope to make permanent back from the first term. So use that QR code now, shield your savings. freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Yes, freegoldguide.com/RSBN Colonial Metals Group. We thank Paul Stone, the great CEO of that company, and the affiliates who help put us here live at Right Side Broadcasting Network. And an exciting time for President Trump meeting with the cabinet yesterday. Of course, wrapping up that meeting with UK's Prime Minister Starmer and foreign diplomats today. Tomorrow on the docket, we have Vladimir Zelensky, the leader of the Ukraine, visiting President Trump at the White House. So stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. And for everything up to the minute, any breaking news, anything that might happen, we'll be here with you to bring you that unbridled access. But until then, I'm Robert McNeely. Stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Unless there's breaking news, we'll see you tomorrow live. Good night. God bless.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First news. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Parents, do your kids know what courage really means? It's about standing up for America even when there's a target on your back. That's why Mike Huckabee's team created the Kids Guide to the Courage of the President. This important guide tells kids everything they need to know about President Trump's unwavering courage, and you can get it for free. With your free order, you'll receive free bonus gifts, including the Kids Guide to President Trump and a Christmas ornament commemorating Trump's call for us to fight. Get it all for free at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
Families across the nation have arrived at a heartbreaking crossroad to surrender their beloved animals at alarming rates due to inflation and soaring costs of living.
There are so many overcrowded shelters. So many dogs need a home, but it's all of us working together to solve this crisis.
This fight requires both doers and dollars. Join us at Big Dog Ranch Rescue. Please sign up today.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.